Dear friend, settle in. Let the light around you be soft, or close your eyes and let the room become a warm cave. If you have a blanket, pull it over your legs. If there is a mug nearby, feel the gentle heat meeting your palms. Breathe in slowly through your nose and let the breath spill out in a long, unhurried stream. Tonight, we begin a long, gentle journey into quieting the mind that runs too fast. Nothing urgent is needed from you. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to be exactly as you are. Before we go on, let me know where you're listening from. And if this brings you peace, please subscribe to Calm Buddha Path so more people can find it. We will move slowly. Imagine we are sitting on a porch together after rain. The air is clean. Somewhere, a distant streetlight hums, a steady companion. Thoughts may still be darting through as they do. Overthinking loves to announce itself with lists and loops. It wants you to solve everything at once. But here, in this moment, we will practice a different way. Instead of wrestling your mind to the ground, you will learn to place a hand on its shoulder and say, "Easy now." You don't need to banish anything. Quiet does not come from force. Quiet grows when you stop forcing. Let your jaw loosen. Let the tongue rest heavy in the floor of the mouth. Drop your shoulders as if you're setting down a heavy bag you forgot you were carrying. Feel the weight of your body on the chair or bed. The furniture can hold you. The earth can hold you. You do not have to hold everything alone. Take one breath in for 4 counts. Hold it lightly for a heartbeat. Exhale for 6. Again in for 4. Out for 6. Long exhalations invite the body to soften its guard. You don't need to count perfectly. This is not a test. It's a small act of friendship with your nervous system. Now notice your mind's surface. Perhaps it's replaying a conversation, planning tomorrow, checking the locks again and again on a door that's already closed. Overthinking is not your enemy. It is a loyal but overzealous guard dog. It tries to protect you by rehearsing, predicting, analyzing every angle. You can thank it for its effort and offer it a job change. Not banishment, a gentler role. Say inwardly, "Thank you for trying to keep me safe. Right now, you can rest at my feet." If that feels awkward, that's okay. You can simply imagine a dimmer switch on the wall of your mind and turn the brightness down a notch. Not off, just down to a warm glow. Notice what happens in your body when you do this. Maybe nothing yet, and that is also perfectly fine. Change sometimes arrives like dew, not a thunderclap. There is an old teaching in Buddhism about the 3 patterns that tangle us: wanting, pushing away, and confusion. Overthinking often wears all 3 outfits. It chases outcomes, avoids discomfort, and clouds the view with busy mist. Our practice tonight is to make room, to let the mind breathe, to see clearly without grabbing or shoving. Sounds simple, and it is, but simple isn't shallow. Simple is just honest. Bring awareness to the feeling of your breath at the tip of the nose, the coolness as it enters, the faint warmth as it leaves. Let each exhale be a tiny bow to the present. If the mind wanders, as it surely will, that is not failure. It's the mind doing what minds do. The practice is the turning back, the gentle return, again and again, like setting a sleeping child back onto the pillow. Here is a small micro-practice you can use anytime, anywhere, even in the middle of an email or a crowded train. It is 3 steps. Arrive, soften, allow. Arrive by noticing one sensation in the body, the contact of your feet with the floor, the weight of your hands, the feeling of the back supported. Soften by releasing one small area of unnecessary effort, the brow, the jaw, the belly. Allow by saying quietly inside, "Let this moment be as it is for 1 breath." You can do this in 15 seconds. You can do it now. Let's do it together. Arrive. Soften. Allow. Notice, too, the way thoughts come in waves. They rise, crest, and fall. On nights when the waves feel high, it helps to remember you are not the wave. You are the ocean that holds them. You can feel them without becoming them. You are the sky that lets clouds pass. When the mind is loud, we often try to blow the clouds away with effort and judgment. But clouds move on their own. Your job is to watch, to breathe, to be kind. There is a famous parable called the second arrow. Imagine you are struck by an arrow. The first arrow is the pain of what has happened. A mistake at work, a tense message from someone you love, a restless night. This first arrow is already here. The second arrow is the one we fire at ourselves. The self-criticism, the worry spiral, the endless analysis. Why did I do that? What if tomorrow goes wrong? What if I can't sleep? Overthinking is often this second arrow. The teaching is not to pretend the first arrow doesn't hurt. The teaching is to refuse to add the second. When you feel the urge to spiral, see if you can pause and place the bow down. Feel the first arrow cleanly. Breathe with it. Hold yourself the way you would hold a friend. Let's practice that in a small way. Bring to mind one worry that has been circling. We won't go into the details. Just sense the weight of it, as if you were holding a small stone in your hand. Notice its texture, its temperature. Acknowledge that you don't love holding it, and that you are capable of holding it for one breath. Inhale, exhale. Now, in your imagination, place the stone on a nearby table. You can pick it up later if needed. For now, it is allowed to rest. You are allowed to rest. Feel your hand empty. This is the art of letting be, the cousin of letting go. If sleep is near, let yourself drift toward it. If you are awake and alert, we will keep going together. Either way, there is no pressure to achieve a state. States come and go. We are practicing a trait, a kind, steady presence that knows how to meet each moment with less friction. Think of a common scene. It's late, you're in bed with your phone, and the mind is assembling a slideshow of what-ifs. Will I finish that project? Did I say the wrong thing earlier? Is that new noise in the kitchen serious? Notice how the mind thinks that more thinking will solve it. But at this hour, clarity rarely responds to interrogation. It responds to warmth. Put your phone aside just for now. Place one hand on your chest, one on your belly. Feel which hand rises more with the breath. See if you can let the lower hand rise a bit more, inviting the diaphragm to move. Imagine the heart like a lamp behind frosted glass, glowing quietly. Tell yourself in a tone that is both honest and kind, nothing to figure out right now. I can rest and revisit with fresh eyes. Let these words be a balm, not a command. Another micro-practice. Name and nest. When a strong thought appears, I must fix this, I must plan that. Simply name it thinking. Then nest it by placing it on an imaginary shelf labeled later. The shelf is sturdy. You can trust it. If the thought truly matters, it will still be there in the morning, but without the midnight shadows. Sometimes the mind's noise is tied to the body's state. After a day of stimulation, your system is still carrying momentum, like a bicycle rolling even after the pedals stop. To help the momentum slow, try a gentle exhale through pursed lips, as if cooling soup. Let the breath be long and sweet. Then, without moving much, imagine the muscles around your eyes melting back and down, as though gravity is a kindness. Do this 2 or 3 times. This ordinary, not mystical. But ordinary is often where the real medicine lives. If emotion rises, sadness, irritation, fear, let it rise. You are strong enough to feel without drowning. Imagine you are the host of a small evening gathering. Emotions are guests. Some arrive noisy, some shy. You greet each at the door. Oh, hello worry, you're back. Here's a quiet chair by the window. Anger, you want to stand in the doorway. I see you. There is space for you too. but please leave your muddy shoes at the mat. Hosting is different from merging. You are not the party. You are the home. There is a moment in the Buddha's life that I love to remember on restless nights. It is said that before his awakening, as doubts and temptations swirled, he touched the earth with his right hand. This gesture is called calling the earth to witness, not as magic but as grounding. He put his palm to the ground and let something older and steadier than thought remind him of his place. You can do a version of this now. If it's comfortable, let one hand rest on the bed or the arm of your chair. Feel the quiet support beneath your skin. The earth has held storms and blossoms, wars and weddings, can hold a mind with a few tangled thoughts. Tonight, your meditation is easy, almost embarrassingly simple. Feel the breath enter. Feel it leave. When a thought arrives, treat it like a bird landing on a branch. Watch it. If it flies away, let it. If it stays, let it. Thoughts do not need permission to come and go. You are the tree rooted. Overthinking can also carry a harsh voice. The inner critic tries to motivate through fear. Let's retire that coach. Offer a new one. Try this gentle upgrade in self-talk. I don't have to earn my right to rest. I am doing enough for today. Another one. I can befriend this moment exactly as it is. And if neither sentence fits, try a single word that feels kind, soft, ease, here. Whisper it on the exhale. If you catch yourself bargaining with the practice, I'll relax if it makes me sleep. Notice the transaction and smile. This is very human. Then release the deal. Instead, practice for its own sake, the way you might watch a fire or listen to rain. Not to get somewhere, but because being with reality gently is itself the freedom you were chasing. You might notice parts of your body that still grip. Often it's the hands, the belly, the hips. You can invite a micro-release by tensing each area for just 2 seconds and letting go on the exhale. Hands squeeze and release. Belly gather and release. Hips gently press and release. The contrast can teach the body what letting go feels like, so it can find its way back later. Now, picture your mind as a small lake in the early morning. If you thrash around trying to force the surface to be still, the ripples grow. If you sit on the shore and let dawn arrive, the water settles by itself. This is the art we will return to throughout our time together. Not erasing the mind, but learning to relate to it in a new way. You don't need to chase stillness. You make conditions for stillness, and then you wait with kindness. If your day was packed with noise, offer yourself a closing ritual for this part. Imagine collecting the day like a handful of leaves. Look at their colors, their edges. Thank them, even the crumpled ones, and set them gently into a bowl by the door of your awareness. You can compost them into wisdom later. For now, you are entering evening space. It is spacious and unhurried. You belong here. We will keep building this sanctuary over the next parts. Practical tools for email anxiety, meeting nerves, social friction, and the pangs of the inner critic. For now, let your breath be the guide. In for 4, out for 6. If a thought says, "We're not doing this right," smile and give it a tiny cushion in the corner. Can sit and watch. Feel the quiet that unveils itself when you stop arguing with the present. It's not dramatic. It is the subtle sweetness of being exactly where you are, with no one to impress and nothing to fix right now. If the edges of sleep are brushing your awareness, let them. If you are still awake, you are still resting. Rest is not only sleep. Rest is also the softening of grasping. Before we close this first part, place your hand over your heart once more, if that feels right. Sense the gentle rhythm there. Faithful, uncomplaining. Offer yourself one sentence of appreciation. Thank you for carrying me through the day. Let it be sincere, even if quiet. Appreciation is a medicine that doesn't require perfect belief to work. Even a small dose can shift the mind from agitation to ease. As we pause here, trust that nothing important is being neglected. The world can turn without your mind turning every gear. Tomorrow we will pick up the right tools. Tonight we practice setting them down. You are safe enough to soften. You are allowed to receive your own kindness. You can let the waves roll. You can be the ocean. The air around you is still. There is a hush that comes when you decide to arrive. Part of you is already here. Part of you might still be hovering near a doorway of what-ifs. That is okay. You can take your time crossing the threshold. You do not have to leave anything behind. You are simply choosing to be with yourself more completely for a little while. Let your posture be kind. If you are lying down, feel the wide support beneath you and let the body spread like water in a shallow bowl. If you are seated, let your spine rise without stiffness, the way a plant leans toward light. Your chin can tilt slightly down so the back of your neck lengthens. Rest your hands in a place that whispers ease. You do not need a perfect form to touch a quiet mind. You only need a form that does not keep asking for attention. Take a slow breath in through the nose. Let it be ordinary. Feel how the air glides along the back of the throat. Then let it drift out, long and unhurried. On the next exhale, imagine you are fogging a cool window. That gentle breath invites the body to soften its armor. Now we will practice settling. Settling is not stopping thoughts. Settling is letting your whole system find the ground beneath the chatter. Picture a snow globe that has just been shaken. At first the flakes whirl. You do not command the flakes to fall. You set the globe down. You hold it still. Gravity does the rest. The settling is a partnership between patience and time. Let attention rest at the edges of your nostrils. Feel the air as a cool thread on the inhale and as a warmer ribbon on the exhale. It is a small place to rest your awareness, but small is not weak. Small is precise. The mind likes to wander toward big themes. You are gently inviting it to enjoy something simple and trustworthy. If it helps, silently think the word here as you breathe in, and the word ease as you breathe out. Here on the in-breath, ease on the out-breath. If those words do not fit, choose your own two soft words. It is not about the syllables. It is about the tone of your friendship with this moment. Scan the body one region at a time. Start with the feet. Sense the quiet architecture of your toes, the way they rest or press, the way they warm. Move to the soles, the heels, the ankles. These areas often carry the day's miles without complaint. Offer thanks. Slide attention up the shins and calves, noticing any places that hold a subtle clench. When you find a small grip, you are not required to pry it open. Simply breathe near it. Let the breath be a warm cloth placed on a knot. Continue to the knees and thighs. Feel their size and strength and also any weariness. Let your awareness be like sunlight through a window, not a spotlight interrogating a suspect. Sunlight lands and warms. It invites. It never demands. Let the breath move into the bowl of the hips. Many people carry old stories here. If an emotion stirs, allow it to be a guest. You can offer the guest a chair and a cup of tea without giving them your whole house. Now the belly. On the inhale, let the belly billow softly like a sail meeting a friendly breeze. On the exhale, let it recede without effort. If your belly has been asked to be flat, tight, or perfect by a world that forgets how to be kind, let that request be released for now. This is a place of breathing, digesting, feeling. It is not a display shelf. Bring attention to the lower back and mid-back. Sense the places where support meets you. Imagine that each exhale is like a small wave washing the shoreline of your spine. With each wave, some of the sand settles and the edges smooth. Move up to the chest and the area around the heart. You do not have to open your heart on command. Many hearts have reasons for their doors. Let yours be exactly as it is while you breathe near it. Picture the heart as a lantern wrapped in soft cloth. You are in no hurry to unwrap it. The light is there, steady, whether it is visible or not. Let awareness bathe the shoulders. These are places that try to become hangars for the whole world. Let them drop a few millimeters. Now the arms, the elbows, the wrists, the hands. Notice if the fingers curl. If so, invite a tiny release. You might feel a pulse there. You might feel nothing. Both are normal. Lastly, the neck, the jaw, the mouth, the cheeks, the eyes, the forehead, the scalp. So many small muscles here learn to brace. See if they would like a rest. You can allow the tongue to pool gently in the floor of the mouth. You can soften the space behind the eyes. Do that now. Imagine the forehead melting back and down, as though the bones of the skull are a hammock and the mind can lie down. You have just traveled the landscape of your body with attention and care. That journey is a kind of homecoming. Overthinking often runs ahead into future corridors looking for safety. The body is your key back to the room you are already in. We will add sound as an anchor. Without straining, let your ears open to the full field. Notice the nearest sound. Notice the farthest sound. Notice the silence that nestles between sounds. There is a listening that is not hunting for danger, not trying to name every noise. It is a relaxed listening, like resting on a porch while the evening speaks. Let that listening hold you for a few breaths. If a thought interrupts with urgency, you can bow to it, name it thinking, and return. Not as punishment, as kindness. The mind wants to help by solving. You are training it to help by settling first. A settled mind solves better when the time for solving comes. Now we will practice a tiny sequence you can carry into any moment. Pause, place, pour. Pause by letting one breath happen without doing anything else. Place by choosing where attention will rest for the next 3 breaths, perhaps the nostrils, the belly, the contact of your body with the chair. Pour by letting your awareness flow into that place completely, like pouring warm tea into a cup until the cup is full. 3 breaths. Pause, place, pour. Try it now twice through. Notice if there is any impatience. Impatience is not a sign you are failing. It is a sign you are human. Overthinking is a close cousin of impatience. It wants to leap over this ordinary breath to get to a result. This is where your practice takes a gentle stand. You are not chasing a result. You are building a capacity. Capacity is the quiet strength that holds you when circumstances tilt. Bring your attention now to the simple act of sitting or lying and consider a normal day. You are at your desk with a full inbox. Before you click the first message, you can do 1 cycle of pause, place, pour. Takes less time than the tiniest scroll. That single cycle can change the texture of the next 5 minutes. Not because emails disappear, but because you have turned your nervous system's dimmer down 1 notch. Dimmer down by 1 notch, and the room of your mind becomes readable again. Picture a second scene. You are in the kitchen after dinner. Plates clink. A voice calls your name from the other room. Another part of your mind is replaying a line someone said to you earlier. The old habit is to tense, to pick up the second arrow. Tonight, you try something else. You feel your feet on the floor. You breathe out through the mouth as if cooling soup. You let your shoulders drop while you rinse a plate. You continue rinsing, but you no longer argue with the moment. You are doing just this plate. The next thing will arrive later, as they always do. The present becomes simple enough to touch. Sometimes a body needs a little sound to help it settle. Humming can be like a friendly weight on the wandering mind. If it feels right, make a gentle hum on the exhale, barely audible, a soft B behind your lips. Feel the vibration at the lips, the palate, the throat. The sound need not be pretty. It only needs to be kind. 3 soft hums now. Then return to quiet breathing. Let's tend to the eyes. Even closed eyes can grip. Imagine they are resting on small cushions. Imagine the corners of the eyes widening a fraction, like a window being cracked to let in evening air. When the eyes ease, the mind often follows. We will visit the hands again. Overthinking likes to live in fingers that tap and scroll. Place your palms together gently. Rub them until a little warmth gathers. Set one palm on your chest, the other over your belly. These 2 places are old friends with your breath. Feel the rising and falling beneath your hands. Tell the body in your own way, I am here with you. The body often responds to sincerity more than technique. If you notice a loop beginning, the kind of loop that argues, predicts, compares, you can try a soft reset I call touch and name. Touch some piece of the physical world near you, the sleeve of your shirt, the edge of your blanket, the wood of your table. Feel it for 1 full breath. Then name it in simple words: warm fabric, smooth wood, cool air. By letting your senses lead for a moment, the loop has less oxygen. I want to give you an image for this whole settling practice. Imagine you are a harbor. Thoughts are boats. Some are small. Some are huge and noisy. You do not chase them. You do not sink them. You widen the harbor and you become very good at mooring. A breath is a rope thrown over a cleat. The boat may rock. That is fine. The rope holds. Another breath, another rope. Over time, more vessels rest, and the water between them returns to a soft sway. Now, bring to mind a small plan for tomorrow that stirs the mind. Not the largest challenge, just a modest knot. Feel the familiar urge to forecast and fix. Instead, try this. Imagine that plan written on a piece of paper. Set that paper into a shallow wooden bowl. With an exhale, slide the bowl a few inches away on the table of your awareness. Not out of the room, just a little away. It is safe there. You will return when it is time. For now, your hands are empty. The mind confuses empty with unsafe. The body knows empty can also mean restful. Trust the body. Another micro-practice to carry with you is called 3 good spaces. Over the next day, whenever you remember, choose 3 rooms or locations you often visit and create a tiny settling ritual in each. At your desk, it might be 1 deep exhale before touching the keyboard. In the car, it might be feeling the contact of your back with the seat at every red light. Beside your bed, it might be placing a hand on the belly for 2 breaths before you turn out the light. The point is not to be perfect. The point is to scatter small islands of ease across your map so the mind learns there are many places to rest. There will be days when settling feels far away. You sit or lie down and the inner weather is turbulent. Even then, the practice is simple. You are not required to like the weather. You are asked to feel the rain on your skin without telling a story about the storm. You are asked to keep bringing the umbrella of attention back over your head in a gentle way. Some storms teach you the shape of your shelter. Consider how the Buddha in the old stories kept returning to the breath under the tree. Simple, steady, repetitive. He did not fight his mind into silence. He befriended the present so completely that the mind could rest in it. You do a small version of that here. No gold light needs to pour from the sky. The miracle is the modest shift you can feel with 1 kind breath. If you want, take 1 more slow body scan, but this time in reverse. Start at the crown of the head and slide down with awareness to the soles of the feet. Let each region soften half a step more than before. Half a step is enough. On the next exhale, imagine your attention widening around your whole body, like a soft halo, a perimeter of kindness. Within that perimeter, whatever arises has a place to be. Thoughts can pass like birds at dusk. Sensations can ripple like light on a pond. You are the one who is not rushing. We will close this settling practice with a small vow, not a heavy promise, a light intention. Say quietly inside, I will meet my mind with kindness, again and again. Let the words be like a stone placed in your pocket. You do not need to think about them all day. They will be there when your hand reaches down. As you return to the room, do it slowly. Feel the exact temperature of the air on your cheeks. Notice one sound, near or far. Notice 3 shapes in your visual field, even if your eyes are closed and you are visualizing their edges. Let the jaw part a little and breathe out through the mouth. If you are drifting toward sleep, you may float there now. If you are awake, the practice will travel with you into the next ordinary activity. You are learning how to be a steady harbor in a world of boats. That steadiness is not a personality trait reserved for the lucky. It is a practice that grows each time you pause and place and pour. It is a trust that rebuilds itself with every soft breath. Where we paused, you were feeling the shape of quiet take root. Let us keep going, not by trying harder, but by gently continuing to arrive. The mind learns through repetition, the way a path appears in grass because feet returned there many mornings. Every breath you take with kindness is another step that makes the path clearer. Bring your attention again to the simple rhythm of breathing. You do not have to deepen it. Trust the body to choose a pace. Let the exhale lengthen by a thread, as if a soft weight were attached to it. With each breath out, imagine one small pebble of tension leaving the hand of your body and resting on the ground. You do not throw the pebbles far. You just set them down. Overthinking often tries to keep you safe by rehearsing. It tells stories in advance so nothing can surprise you. But surprise is part of being alive. Safety grows not only from prediction, but from capacity. Capacity is the confidence that whatever visits, you can meet it. Tonight you are building this capacity quietly, the way a tree builds rings in darkness. Let us explore how this looks in ordinary scenes. Picture a morning meeting. Your name appears on the agenda. The mind begins to script every possible question and every possible answer. Instead of letting the script spiral, you try a very small practice called 2 feet 1 breath. Before your turn, feel both feet on the floor. Press them slightly down. Take one slow breath and let the exhale be longer than the inhale. Let that single breath say, I am here. You still prepare, you still speak, but you do it from a steadier place. Steady does not mean perfect. Steady means connected. Another scene. A message arrives and your chest tightens. Habits rush in to explain and defend. 2 feet 1 breath. Then the smallest check-in. What is happening in my body right now? Name it in simple words. Warm cheeks, fast heart, tight jaw. Naming does not fix. Naming makes space. When there is space, choice can return. We will add a short sequence you can carry anywhere. Call it soft. Stop for a single breath. Observe one sensation without judging. Feel the next exhale all the way to its end. Thank yourself for pausing. Soft takes less time than rereading a sentence you are too stressed to understand. Use it in elevators before pressing send, as you reach for the door handle at home. I would like you to meet the 3 frictions again in everyday clothing. Wanting shows up as I need this to go my way. Pushing away shows up as I cannot feel this feeling right now. Confusion shows up as I have lost the thread. The counter moves are equally simple. Release shows up as I can allow one breath of not controlling. Acceptance shows up as I can let this feeling exist without turning it into a verdict about me. Clear seeing shows up as I can name what matters most in the next 5 minutes. Try them in real time. When wanting revs the engine, release the pedal half an inch. When aversion braces, accept one sip of the feeling and breathe. When confusion clouds, ask gently, what is my next honest step? Just one. When the day tightens around you, Ritual is a friendly doorway. Choose one small ritual that marks a shift from thinking to sensing. It might be washing your hands with full attention after you finish a task. It might be stepping outside and letting daylight touch your eyelids for 10 seconds. It might be placing your phone face down and placing one hand on your chest for 3 breaths before you pick it up again. Rituals give the nervous system a rhythm it can trust. Let us tend to the inner voice as well. Overthinking is often narrated by a tone that sounds urgent and stern. You are invited to change the narrator, not to a sugary voice that denies reality, but to a steady, responsible voice that speaks as a good friend would. Try a few lines in that tone. I can move slowly and still be on time. I can do this one step at a time. I don't need to solve the future before I finish this breath. Let the words be plain. Let them land like warm hands on cool shoulders. There is a simple image from the old teachings. The Buddha compared a mind trained in calm and insight to a clear lake. When the water is muddy, you cannot see the pebbles at the bottom, even if you stare. If you stop stirring the mud, the pebbles appear on their own. Many of us try to see by staring harder. Staring does not clear water. Stillness does. Your practices are how you set down the stirring stick. If emotion swells while you listen, let it be so. Tears can be the body removing a weight through the eyes. Anger can be the body's heat asking for protection. Fear can be the body's way of saying please move with care. None of these are enemies. Your job is to host them safely. If a feeling is too much, widen your attention to include the room. Count 3 shapes you can see. Feel the support beneath you. Return to 2 feet, 1 breath. Safety first, always. Let us weave in a brief story, quiet and useful. There was a villager who kept a jar of river water on a shelf. Each day he would fetch water quickly, slosh it into the jar, and look down, wanting to see his reflection. The water stayed cloudy. He grew frustrated and shook the jar to force it clear. The cloudiness worsened. One evening, tired, he set the jar down and stopped checking. In the morning, he passed the shelf and paused. The sediment had settled. The surface was calm. He could see both the pebbles at the bottom and his face on the surface. He laughed at the simplicity. The river water had always known how to become clear. It needed his patience, not his pushing. In the same way, your mind does not need endless management. It needs a kind place to rest. Now bring the mind home to the breath again. If you like, pair the inhale with the word here and the exhale with the word enough. Here on the in-breath, enough on the out-breath. Enough does not mean you stop growing. Enough means you stop fighting yourself to prove you deserve a moment of ease. Here is an evening practice for when the mind insists on reviewing the day. Sit or lie with your spine supported. Imagine the day as a procession passing by. You do not cling to any scene. You do not push any scene away. Each passes like a float in slow motion. As one scene passes, you bow to it inwardly and say 2 words: learning and release. Learning does not mean you extract a lesson from every moment. It means you give yourself the benefit of growth. Release means you let the scene return to its place in time. You do not invite it into the room for the night. Consider the way you move between tasks. Transitions are where the mind often loses its footing and runs. You can make transitions soft by adding a breath and a sentence. I am leaving that thing. I am meeting this thing. A breath in between. At first it may feel artificial. Then it becomes a bridge, and bridges are good. Bring attention to the face again, the quiet muscles around the eyes and the hinge of the jaw. Let the jaw hang loose for 2 breaths. Let the tongue rest wide and soft. The mind often slows when the face softens, as if a hand has been taken off the accelerator. Shoulders drop a fraction. The chest eases. Now, a practice for when you wake in the night and thoughts march in file. Without turning on a light, place one hand on your belly. Count 5 slow breaths. With each exhale, silently say the word down. Not as an order, more as a direction. Attention moves down into the warmth of the body, away from the stage where thoughts perform. After 5 breaths, shift your hand to your heart and count 5 more. This time saying the word warm. Down. Warm. 10 breaths. If sleep comes, let it carry you. If it does not, you are still resting in a kind way. We will visit the idea of identity lightly. Overthinking often latches onto a fixed idea of who you must be. The perfect colleague. The always available friend. The parent who never falters. These ideas are tight shoes. They make walking painful. Let yourself imagine loosening the laces. You can still care deeply and be human. You can make mistakes and be worthy of rest. You can pause even when a past version of you would have powered through. Each gentle choice is a thread that reweaves how you see yourself. There is another short story to hold nearby. A monk once asked his teacher how to cross the flood of restless thoughts. The teacher replied, "Do not step on the past, do not step on the future, and do not cling to the present." The monk said, "Then how do I cross?" The teacher said, "By feeling the water and moving your feet." This is not a riddle. It is a reminder. You do not need a perfect plan to meet this moment. You need contact with reality and the courage to take the next small step. If your inner critic returns with a ledger of what you did not do today, you can respond with a new ledger. Name 2 things you did with sincerity. I answered a message with care. I fed my body. I listened to someone who needed a minute. The critics of the world rarely keep such ledgers. You can. Let us create 3 phrases to carry into tomorrow, short and usable. Try these or write your own in your heart. I can move at the speed of my breath. I can allow feelings without building a story. I can choose the next honest step. Say them once now, softly inside. Feel how they sit in the body. Keep the ones that feel true. Now we will finish this part by returning to the body's simple refuge. Feel the support under you as though it were a friend with a hand at your back. Let the breath come and go without you having to do anything but notice. If a thought comes, give it a cushion in the corner as we did before. Can be here without taking the whole room. You can be here without fixing the whole world. If you are drifting towards sleep, allow the edges of the room to blur. If you are awake and quietly alert, rest in that steady awareness. Nothing more is required. Your practice has not been a performance. It has been a series of small, truthful contacts with this moment. These contacts add up. They become the new way your mind learns to walk. Feel the last few breaths of this part as small bows to your own patience. Inhale, a bow to arriving. Exhale, a bow to ease. Inhale, capacity. Exhale, kindness. Let the final exhale be a little longer, a little sweeter. Know that you can return to any of these practices whenever the mind starts to sprint and the world asks you to run. You are learning not to force stillness, but to become a place where stillness is welcome. The path you are walking is simple and alive. Step by step, breath by breath, you will become more at home in your own life. Not because circumstances promise to be calm, but because you are practicing calm as a way of meeting them. Let us begin this part as if we were lifting a paper lantern and watching it glow. No rush to send it upward. Simply holding. Feel the weight of your body where it meets the bed or chair. Let the breath arrive as it will. A little longer on the out-breath if that feels kind. You do not have to change anything to belong in this moment. You already belong. Tonight we explore clear seeing. Clear seeing is the art of looking at the mind without leaning on it for every answer. It is not cold analysis. It is a warm light. It recognizes that a thought is a thought, a sensation is a sensation, a story is a story. When overthinking visits, clear Clear seeing steps forward and says gently, I know you. You are a story about tomorrow. I will meet you with care, and I will also return to what is here. Bring attention to the breath for 3 cycles. Feel the body as an anchor in a small harbor. Thoughts may still move like boats. Your anchor does not argue with boats. Touches the bottom and holds the rope. Now let a single thought float into awareness. Choose one that appears often. Perhaps it is a planning loop or a replay of a conversation. Do not dive into its content. Instead, name its kind. Planning, replaying, predicting, protecting. Naming the kind is like labeling a folder. The contents can wait. With the next exhale, feel the contact of your body with what supports it. Let the labeled folder rest on the shelf for a moment. If it is important, you can take it down later with fresher eyes. Clear seeing asks 2 quiet questions that you can hold like pebbles in the palm. Is it true? Is it useful now? You do not interrogate. You breathe and listen. Many thoughts are not true in the way they claim. Many are true but not useful right now. When a thought is both true and useful now, you can meet it with a steady mind. If it is not, you can thank it and set it down. This is not avoidance. It is wise timing. Let us practice with an ordinary scene. You are reading a message that sounds cool and distant. The mind begins to write a script about what this means. Before the script sets, you breathe. 2 feet, 1 breath. You name the thought kind. Interpreting. You ask, is it true? You do not know yet. You ask, is it useful now to assume? No. You choose one small skillful step. You draft a simple reply that seeks clarity. You leave the rest for later. Clear seeing has saved you from building a house out of shadows. We will add a micro practice called touchstone. Choose one physical touch that will be your signal to shift from story to seeing. It might be thumb and forefinger meeting. It might be palm on heart. It might be feeling the coolness of a cup. Each time overthinking starts to spin, you make the touch, breathe once, and name the kind of thought you are seeing. Planning, protecting, comparing. This small ritual turns on the warm light of awareness. Over time, your mind learns that this touch means kindness and clarity. I want to tell you the old story of the poisoned arrow. A man is struck by an arrow and cries out. Instead of removing it, he insists on knowing who fired it, from what distance, made of what wood, with what kind of feathers. He refuses treatment until every detail is known. The teacher says that if he waits for those answers, he will die of the wound. The point is not that details never matter. The point is that sometimes the right move is to tend to the actual pain before you solve the entire mystery around it. Overthinking is often the insistence on knowing every detail before we allow relief. Clear seeing is the hand that reaches the arrow and begins the gentle work of easing suffering now. You can still learn what you need later. Relief and wisdom are not enemies. They are partners who take turns. Use this story the next time your mind tries to postpone rest until certainty arrives. Certainty is a visitor who does not respond to summons. If rest waits for certainty, rest will be late. Instead, you can ease what hurts right now with a breath, a posture change, a sentence of kind self-talk. Then, from a quieter place, you can look for the missing facts if they are still needed. Let the breath lengthen on the exhale. Feel the ribs widen on the inhale like a door opening to daylight. Notice if the shoulders want to drop a fraction. Let them. Your body understands clear seeing in a language that does not use words. It knows the difference between bracing and softening. It knows when the mind is spinning and when the mind is simply aware. Overthinking carries a powerful illusion that thinking equals caring. It is easy to believe that if you stop thinking, you will stop caring. Clear seeing offers a kinder equation. Caring is contact plus wise action. You do not need a hurricane of thought to stay devoted. You need to feel what is here and choose one next good step. Hold this in your chest for a moment. Let the words melt until only the feeling remains. Let us practice a sequence for busy moments called C-say step. C means you acknowledge what is present without drama. Tight chest. Deadline soon. See it plainly. Say means you offer one supportive sentence. I can move at the speed of my breath. Or simply one thing at a time. Step means you choose the next small action in front of you and begin it. See, say, step. 3 words that can keep you out of the fog. We will visit the 3 frictions again. Wanting in the mind can sound like if I can think it through completely, I will not feel afraid. Clear seeing responds, I can feel a little fear and move wisely anyway. Pushing away can sound like I refuse to feel this. Clear seeing says I can feel this in small sips and still be safe. Confusion can sound like I do not know anything. Clear seeing says I do not need to know everything. I need to know this breath and the next step. If the body carries a heavy hum of anxiety, try a practice from the senses. Name 5 things you can see, 4 you can touch, 3 you can hear, 2 you can smell, 1 you can taste. Move slowly. You can do this out loud if alone, or silently in company. This practice is not about listing. It is about returning the attention to the world where your life actually happens. When you return to the world, thoughts have less room to grow thorns. Consider the way you use your devices. The mind often treats the phone as a slot machine, each pull looking for relief. Overthinking loves this. It offers a new thread at every swipe. Create an island of clear seeing by adding a tiny ritual each time you unlock. Feel the weight of the phone in your hand. 1 slow breath. Ask, is opening this useful now? If yes, proceed. If not, place the phone down as if you were putting a sleeping child back in a crib. Kind, certain, no drama. This small ritual can return hours of your life over time. More importantly, it returns the sense that you are the chooser inside your day. A brief everyday scene. You are driving and traffic stops. The old habit is to narrate the unfairness and sprint mentally through alternate routes and imagined delays. Clear seeing takes the wheel gently. Hands on the steering wheel. Feel the texture. See the colors of the cars. Hear the hum of air. 1 breath longer on the exhale. You decide whether rerouting is useful now. If yes, you choose. If not, you return to what is here. The car becomes a small temple of practice. Each red light is a bell. Self-talk is a powerful tool in this practice. The voice of overthinking often says we must fix this now or else. You can change the voice without changing your values. Try these sentences when loops begin. I can hold this without solving it yet. I can wait for daylight for the next decision. I can be kind to the one who is scared inside me. Say one of them now, gently, as if to a dear friend you trust. I want to offer a small parable from the tradition known as the raft. A person uses a raft to cross a river. Once across, they consider carrying the raft on their back through the forest because it helped so much. The teacher points out that the raft was useful for crossing, but now it is a burden. Thoughts are like rafts. Some carry you across a moment. You can thank them and set them down when you reach the shore. Overthinking is carrying 10 rafts because one once saved you. Clear seeing helps you bow to the rafts and let them rest. Pause now and notice which rafts you tend to carry. Perhaps perfection. Perhaps always being the helper. Perhaps predicting outcomes so you feel in control. These rafts were built for reasons that made sense once. You can honor that history and still set them down when the terrain has changed. Imagine placing one raft against a tree. See the relief across your shoulders. Feel how the breath moves more freely. We will explore identity again, but with a lighter grip. Many minds learn a story such as I am the one who keeps it all together. I am the one who anticipates every need. These identities are often born from love and survival. Clear seeing does not tear them away. It offers a wider view. You are also the one who can rest. You are also the one who makes small mistakes and apologizes without shame. You are also the one who is allowed to be held by others and by life. Let this wider room open a window in you. The breeze is gentle. Here is a practice for social moments when the mind races. You are speaking with someone and notice the urge to rehearse your next sentence while they are still talking. Place your awareness in the soles of your feet and feel the contact with the ground. Let your gaze soften. Listen for the rhythm of their voice rather than every word. When it is your turn, let a breath happen before you speak. This micro breath is a bridge. Carries you from performing to relating. Conversations become places where you meet life rather than manage it. If an emotion feels like a tide lifting you off your feet, widen attention in two directions. Down into the body and out into the room. Down into the warmth of the belly or the weight of your thighs. Out into the shape of the window, the sound from the hall, the light on a wall. This two-way widening gives the emotion room to move and gives you ground to stand on. Emotions need movement and room. You can offer both without building a story. Let us make an evening ritual called closing the shop. Imagine that your mind runs a small store of concerns during the day. At night, you draw the blinds, sweep the floor, and flip the sign to closed. Write down on paper the one or two items that truly need attention tomorrow. Just one or two. Place the paper somewhere safe. Breathe out. Tell the mind, we are closed for tonight. If the mind protests, you bow to it and say, your care is noted. We open again in the morning. Then give your senses a simple treat. Warm water on your hands. 3 slow shoulder rolls. The weight of a blanket tucked at your sides. Shops close so they can open again with freshness. Mine's too. Now bring back the image of the harbor. Earlier we used the anchor. Tonight you can add a lighthouse. The lighthouse does not scream at the sea. It shines steadily. When a wave crashes, it does not panic. Continues to shine. Your clear seeing is this light. It is not dramatic, but it helps everything around you find its way. And it helps you find yours. Take a few breaths and rest awareness in 3 places in turn. First, the nostrils, feeling the small sensation of air moving in and out. Then the chest, feeling the rise and fall. Then the belly, feeling the soft expansion. Circle these 3 a few times. Nostrils, chest, belly. This is a simple map you can walk anytime you feel lost. The map brings you home. We will visit work scenes once more, because work can be a training ground for either habit or freedom. Before a meeting starts, choose one steadying act. It could be relaxing the eyes, or one quiet exhale, or feeling the chair hold your weight. During the meeting, write one sentence at the top of your notes. One thing at a time. Between topics, let the pen rest for the length of a breath. After the meeting, stand and stretch for 10 seconds before you open the next tab. These are not tricks. They are ways to treat your nervous system as a partner rather than a mule. If you parent or care for others, you can fold this practice into the small rituals of caretaking. When a child is upset, kneel so your eyes are level. Touch your own belly once to remind yourself to breathe. Name one feeling you see in the simplest words. It looks like you are sad. It looks like you are mad. You are not fixing. You are making space. Then decide the next simple step. A glass of water, a quieter room, a hug if they say yes. Clear seeing is contagious. When you model it, those you love learn it without needing a lecture. There may be moments when you fear that if you loosen your grip, things will fall apart. The opposite often occurs. When the grip softens, your hands can finally hold what matters. You can direct energy instead of spilling it through constant mental rehearsal. Consider the difference between a fist and an open hand. The fist is strong, but it cannot carry a bowl of soup. The open hand can. Your life includes soup. We will close with a final practice for this part called cloud naming. When a thought arises, see it as a cloud in a summer sky. You do not cling or push away. You give it a name as it passes. Worry cloud, memory cloud, plan cloud. Even the critic can be a cloud. Critic cloud. Then return to the breath or the body. You are the sky that can allow many clouds without losing its nature. On some days the sky is busy. On others it is wide and blue. The sky does not try to control the weather. It remains the sky. Rest now in that wide sense for a minute or two. If sleep approaches, welcome it as a friend arriving without knocking. If you remain awake, enjoy the quiet company of your own attention. Notice the exact softness of your eyelids, the exact weight of your hands, the exact sound nearest you. Let one more exhale be slow and round and complete. You have practiced clear seeing in small human ways. You have named thought kinds. You have set rafts down. You have tended to the first arrow before writing a biography of the archer. You have built tiny rituals that return you to the living world. This is how habits change. Not with a single grand gesture, but with many small true moves repeated until the path is worn and kind. As we end this part, place a hand somewhere that feels reassuring. Belly, heart, thigh, anywhere. Offer yourself one sentence. I am practicing a kinder way to think. Let that sentence be quiet and sincere. It does not need to be perfect. It only needs to be true enough to touch something soft in you. In the next part, we will meet common traps directly and learn how to step around them with grace. For now, rest in the light you have already kindled. The lighthouse shines whether you are watching or not. Your breath continues to arrive. Your harbor holds. You are not behind. You are exactly where you are, and that is where all good journeys begin again. Settle again, dear friend. Feel your seat, your bed, your chosen place of rest. Let the breath come and go without ceremony. If you want, lengthen the next exhale a little, as if a kind breeze were leaving the room through an open window. We are not hurrying anywhere. We are visiting the places where the mind gets tangled so we can learn how to loosen the knots without pulling too hard. Common traps appear in busy clothes. They do not introduce themselves as suffering. They arrive dressed as helpfulness. One of the most persuasive is the trap of certainty seeking. The mind whispers that if you could just know every variable, plan every outcome, gather every opinion, the body would finally relax. The paradox is gentle and stubborn. Ease comes not from owning the future, but from trusting your capacity to meet it. Tonight, we practice trusting capacity in small, doable ways. Imagine a message arrives with a vague line that could mean many things. The trap says gather a dozen interpretations and live inside each until you find the one that hurts least. Clear seeing replies with a softer move. You breathe once. You name the thought kind interpreting. You ask, is assuming useful now? You write a simple question back asking for clarity, or you set a time to revisit when you can speak in person. The relief is not that you figured it all out. The relief is that you stepped out of the maze and stood on open ground. Another trap is catastrophizing, the habit of rolling downhill from a small bump to a cliff edge. The body learns this from a world that sometimes does turn quickly. We respect that history, and we also learn a new skill called stop on the slope. When you notice the roll beginning, feel both feet or both hands for one full breath. Name what is actually happening in the next 5 minutes, not the next 5 years. Next 5 minutes, I will finish this paragraph. Next 5 minutes, I will drink water. The slope is still there, but you are standing on a flat stone within it. From there, you can choose. Comparison is another mind trap that looks like motivation. It enters quietly, often through a screen, often at night. It says you must become more to be enough. Comparison exhausts the nervous system and blinds kindness. When it arrives, try a practice called return the gaze. Lift your eyes from the imagined life on the screen and place them on one real object in your space. The cup, the plant, the wrinkle in the blanket. Let the eyes soften around it. Breathe once and tell yourself a true sentence about your own day. Something small and human. I listened to someone. I took a walk. I made a meal. This returns value to the living moment and away from the museum of imagined perfection. The three frictions wear these costumes too. Wanting dresses up as perfectionism. If I get it flawless, I will deserve to rest. Pushing away dresses as avoidance. If I never think about it, it will never hurt me. Confusion wears the disguise of endless research. If I read every article, I will not have to feel uncertainty. The countermoves are as modest as ever. Release is the willingness to set one stone down before the path is done. Acceptance is the courage to feel one breath of discomfort without adding a verdict. Clear seeing is the humility to admit when one more article will not add wisdom right now. There is a story about the Buddha and a visitor named Mara, the personification of temptation and fear. After awakening, the story goes, Mara still visited. The Buddha did not run. He said, I see you, and invited Mara to tea. In modern life, this is an inner gesture. When doubt knocks, you do not barricade the door or throw it open and hand over the house. You greet it with a steady hello, set a boundary, and continue breathing. The greeting dissolves some of the spell. Try it now. Bring to mind a familiar trap, perhaps certainty-seeking, perhaps perfection. Say inwardly, I see you. Then, if you like, place a hand on your chest and add, you may sit here, but I am the one making choices. Notice how the body responds to that tone. Perfectionism deserves a tender word. Many people learned perfection not as vanity but as armor. If I never disappoint, I will be safe. If I am flawless, I will be loved. Armor kept you warm once. It also keeps touch away. We are not tossing your armor into the river. We are loosening the straps so the skin can breathe. A small practice helps here. When you finish a task, do not ask, is it perfect? Ask, is it kind and clear enough for today? If yes, release it. If no, choose one improvement, not 10, and finish. Enough for today is not laziness. It is wisdom that returns you to your life before it passes you by. Another trap is the time-traveling mind. It lives 2 rooms away from the present, usually in rooms labeled then and soon. Visiting those rooms is part of being human. Living there is how we miss our lives. To step out, try a sentence that names where you actually are. Right now, I am a person breathing in a room. Say it exactly as you are. Right now, I am someone in a car at a stoplight. Right now, I am someone washing a bowl. The mind does not need poetry to return. It needs contact. Let us give the nervous system a tool called the 30% rule. Most of us hold the breath and the muscles as if we were carrying glass. For the next minute, do what you are doing with 30% less effort. If you are sitting, let the chair take a little more of you. If you are listening, let the ears work a little less hard. If you are thinking, let the thoughts be a little quieter. 30% less is not collapse. It is the difference between gripping and holding. Practice it now for 5 breaths. 30% less. Notice what shifts. Social friction brings specialized traps. Mind reading is one. You believe you can guess exactly what someone thinks of you and then react to your guess as if it were a message from the sky. The medicine is tiny and brave. Ask for clarity, or if that is not possible, remember that the story is not the fact. The body softens when the mind says maybe. Maybe is not indecision here. Maybe is honesty about what you cannot know yet. Say it now with a small exhale. Maybe. Another social trap is rehearsing while the other person is speaking. Rehearsal can be a kindness if you are preparing to be careful. Can also block connection. When you notice the rehearsal, place attention in the soles of your feet and let your gaze soften. Feel the rhythm of their voice, not just their words. When it is your turn, let a single breath happen before you speak. This breath is a bridge from performing to relating. The conversation warms. We will add a practice called the 1 square meter. Choose the square meter of reality you can actually touch right now. The keyboard, the sink, the child's shoes, the meeting agenda. For 60 seconds, give that square meter uncomplicated attention. Breathe. Move one small thing forward. When the mind tries to run the whole city, it gets exhausted and rude. When it tends 1 square meter, it finds dignity and momentum. After the minute, choose another square meter or rest. This is how days get carried without the shoulder pain of carrying the world. If panic has a way of arriving at night, your trap might be the late audit. The mind loves to run a ledger after dark. It lists every deficit, every near miss, every what if unpaid. Create a counter ritual called closing the books. Write 3 lines only. One thing that went enough. One thing that can wait. One thing to begin tomorrow. Close the notebook. Place it somewhere that signals enough for now. If the audit returns, touch the book and remind the mind that the store is closed. Stores close so they can open again. You are not behind. You are resting on purpose. There is a tender trap I want to honor, the helper's loop. You give, and when the body protests, the mind says that the protest is selfish. The practice here is to speak to yourself in second person with respect. You say, "Dear one, you may rest." When you rest, your giving becomes cleaner. The sentence "Dear one" may feel odd. Try it anyway. It is not childish. It is a code that tells your nervous system to organize around care rather than threat. Some traps live in the body as restless energy. The legs bounce. The jaw clicks. The eyes flick for danger. Move that energy on purpose for a minute. Shake the hands. Roll the shoulders. Press the feet into the floor and then release. If you like, do 3 sighs that sound like fogging a window. There is no spiritual gold star for staying still while the body trembles. Wisdom moves, then settles. We will bring in a small parable to keep in your pocket. A farmer carried 2 buckets from the river each day using a wooden yoke. One bucket had a crack and always arrived half empty. The bucket apologized. "I am broken." The farmer smiled and pointed to the path on the cracked side where wildflowers grew. "I planted seeds there knowing you would water them. I picked those flowers for the table each night." The point is not that you should celebrate every crack without discernment. It is that what you call flaw may be watering something along your path that you cannot see when you are staring only at the bucket. When perfection complains, remember the flowers. Doom scrolling deserves its own doorway out. The trap is the belief that if you stay, you are being responsible. The nervous system reads the churn and loses its footing. Responsibility is not measured by hours of agitation. It is measured by clarity of action and steadiness of heart. Give yourself a boundary that is kind and specific. 1 article from a trusted source, then 1 grounding act in your room. After reading, look far away to rest the eye muscles, then look close at your hands. Feel their warmth. Place the device face down for 3 breaths. You are not abandoning the world. You are caring for the part of the world that breathes through you. Identity traps bind us in old stories. I am the one who never says no. I am the one who is always prepared. I am the one who cannot show weakness. These stories formed to keep you close to belonging. You are allowed to be more than 1 sentence long. When you feel a story tighten, whisper a new clause. I am the one who prepares carefully, and I can begin even when I do not feel fully ready. I am the one who cares deeply, and I can say no when my body says not now. These ends open a window. Let us practice a brief sequence when a trap is triggered. Recognize what is happening. Allow the feeling to be present for a breath. Gently explore where it lives in the body. No digging, just curiosity. Nourish with one kind act or sentence. Recognize, allow, explore, nourish. For moves in less than a minute. Try them now with something mild. Recognize a small tension. Allow one breath of it. Explore where it sits, perhaps the throat or the belly. Nourish with a sentence like, "Of course you feel this. Thank you for telling me." Then rest. Return to the breath and let the exhale lengthen again. Place a palm where the breath is easiest to feel. For some it is the belly, for others the chest, for others the side ribs. Let the breath be like a tide touching shore. If a thought says you are not doing this right, give it a chair in the corner. Can be here without taking the whole room. When the day presses, another trap appears, the all or nothing spell. If I cannot do the full workout, I will do nothing. If I cannot meditate for 20 minutes, I will skip it. We answer with the minimum loving dose. 1 gentle stretch, 3 breaths at the sink, 2 minutes of sitting with eyes half closed. Minimum loving dose builds continuity. Continuity builds trust. Trust changes the shape of a life. If your mind resists all of this with a clever statement such as, "But my problems are real," nod. Of course they are real. This practice is not a denial. It is the art of meeting reality with hands that can hold it. When the hands soften, they carry more with less injury. The problems do not vanish. You become someone who moves among them with less self-harm. An evening wind down can seal this learning. Before sleep, dim the lights if you can. Sit or lie with your spine supported. Imagine 3 baskets beside you labeled keep, change, let be. Place 1 thought or task into each, no more than 1 per basket. Keep might be a commitment. Change might be a pattern you are ready to address. Let be might be something you cannot influence tonight. Close the lids. Place your hand on your heart or belly and breathe for 5 slow cycles. The mind loves a ritual it can trust. This makes rest feel like a returned library book, not a stolen hour. We will close this part with a quiet blessing for when traps arise tomorrow. May you notice the first step onto the slope. May you find a flat stone to stand on. May you speak to yourself as you would to a dear friend who is learning. May your breath remember its length. May your hands know when to release the rope. And if you forget, may you remember again without blame. Feel your body right now exactly as it is. The heaviness or lightness, the warmth or the cool, the quiet or the hum. Let one exhale be a little sweeter than usual. Let the next inhale arrive on its own. Somewhere in you, a new habit is being stitched. It is made of ordinary threads. Kind words, small pauses, honest steps. This is how circles of worry turn into spirals of care. You do not have to graduate from these traps forever. You will simply recognize them sooner, stay with them more gently, and leave them more often. That is already freedom. That is already peace on a human scale. Rest, dear friend. You are doing enough for now. Let the room be as it is. Light or dark, cool or warm. Let your breath come and go like a tide you are learning to trust. If the body wants to adjust, let it. Small comforts signal to the nervous system that you are on your side. Tonight we meet an ally that changes the texture of every thought that visits you. We meet compassion not as a slogan, but as a practical way of speaking to yourself when the mind runs hot. Overthinking often has a harsh narrator. It believes that if it scolds you enough, you will behave and the world will comply. This voice is not evil. It learned its style from places where tenderness was scarce. It wants safety but knows only pressure. Compassion is a different strategy. It does not deny reality. It widens your capacity to meet reality without tearing yourself down. When compassion holds the microphone, loops soften, choices return, sleep draws nearer. Let the lower belly loosen for a moment. If it helps, place a hand there. Breathe in for 4 and out for 6. On the exhale, whisper inside a simple permission. I can be kind to myself here. Not because you earned it, because kindness is an effective way to relate to a human mind. Imagine a common scene. You make a small mistake at work. The critic arrives with a stack of old files. Says you always do this. Clear seeing has already taught you to label the thought kind. Critic, predicting, protecting. Now compassion steps forward with a tone change. Says, of course you feel tight. Mistakes are uncomfortable. You are still a good person. What is one repair you can make? Then it stands beside you while you write a sincere note or fix the line in the document. The change is subtle but profound. Harshness demands perfection and freezes action. Compassion invites an honest step and melts the freeze. Try a micro-practice called the gentle sandwich. When you notice a loop, place one kind phrase before the fact and one kind phrase after. For example, you might say, "Dear one, this is hard." Fact, I sent the email too quickly. Kind close. I can repair and learn without beating myself up. Say your own version now about something small. Hear the tone. Feel the body respond. The 3 frictions relax in the warmth of compassion. Wanting softens because kindness says enough for today is allowed. Pushing away loosens because kindness says you can feel a little of this and remain safe. Confusion thins because kindness says you don't have to know everything before you take the next honest step. Compassion is not a mood. It is a stance. It is the way you hold the one who is struggling, even when that one is you. Let's bring this into an evening ritual you can use whenever loops are loud. Sit or lie comfortably. Place a hand on your heart and another on your belly. Name the experience in plain words. Worried, tight, tired. Then offer 3 phrases that match the situation. May I be kind to this feeling. May I see clearly what matters. May I take one wise step. Breathe between each phrase. If the phrases feel awkward, keep them simple. Kindness, clarity, one step. The body understands tone more than poetry. There is a story from the old teachings about 2 monks walking along a muddy road. They come upon a woman who cannot cross a puddle without ruining her clothes. The older monk lifts her, carries her across, and sets her down. Hours later, the younger monk says, "We are not supposed to touch women. Why did you do that?" The older monk replies, "I set her down miles ago. Are you still carrying her?" Overthinking is the habit of carrying long after you've set something down. Compassion helps you notice the weight and loosen your grip. You can say, "I set that down earlier. If it needs attention, I will pick it up with clear eyes in the morning." Try this now with some small thing from today. Picture yourself placing it down on a nearby shelf. Breathe once and feel your hands empty. If your mind reaches to grab it again, smile and say, "I see you. We can visit again with daylight." Then let your senses take the lead for 2 breaths. The weight of your body, a sound in the room. Set down, sense, return. We will add a practical tool called the repair loop. When a mistake or friction happens, the mind spirals through shame. The repair loop replaces the spiral with 4 small steps. Acknowledge what is true. Offer yourself compassion. Choose one repair action. Release the rest for now. For example, I interrupted them in the meeting. Of course I feel embarrassed. It matters to me to be respectful. I'll send a short apology and ask for their point now. I release the urge to rewatch the scene all night. This loop takes minutes. The spiral can take hours. Use the loop. Sometimes the critic wears the costume of the helpful coach. It says, if I stop being hard on myself, I'll become lazy. Compassion replies with data your body recognizes. When you felt supported, you tried more. When you were shamed, you hid. Try remembering one moment from your life when someone believed in you kindly, even a small moment. Notice how your chest and throat respond to that memory. That sensation is what you are offering yourself when you practice compassion. It is fuel, not a sedative. If emotion rises as you listen, let it. Tears can be the nervous system's way of washing windows. You are not required to understand the whole story behind a tear to let it fall. Put one hand wherever the body wants warmth. Soften the shoulders. Breathe out as if cooling tea. You are allowed to be a person feeling something. You are not a project to manage. We will practice a sequence for nights when the mind flays you with old mistakes. It is called 3 chairs. Imagine 3 chairs in a small room. The first is the judge. The second is the child. The third is the wise friend. When the judge starts, let it speak for 10 seconds. Then invite it to step aside. Sit in the child's chair and speak the fear in simple words for 10 seconds. I'm scared they'll think less of me. Then sit in the wise friend's chair and respond as you would to someone you love. I hear you. You are more than this moment. Here is one small thing we can do. 10 seconds each. Then lie down in the grass of your breath and let the chairs fade. This is not role play for drama. It is architecture for kindness. Identity often locks compassion out. The story goes, I am the one who doesn't need help. I am the one who gets it right on the first try. These identities helped you survive rooms where help was scarce and mistakes costly. Compassion doesn't argue with that history. It adds an and. I am the one who tries hard, and I can rest without guilt. I am the one who cares deeply, and I can ask for clarity instead of reading minds. Whisper one and for yourself now. Feel the loosening. Let's look at a daily scene. Parenting, caretaking, or supporting a friend. You snap. The judge arrives immediately with a lecture on how you should know better. Pause. 2 feet, 1 breath. Name the thought kind. Judge. Then give yourself one sentence a wise parent would give a child, without sugarcoating. That was sharp. You care deeply. Let's repair. Walk back in and say, I didn't like how I said that. I'm going to try again. The body learns in these moments that dignity and humility can share the same breath. Another scene. You are alone and the house is quiet. The mind opens the box of old losses. You are not asked to close the box with force. You are asked to hold it carefully. Place one palm over your heart. Whisper, dear one, this matters. Then orient gently to the room. See a shape. Feel a texture. Hear a sound. Let the nervous system register that you are safe now, even in the presence of memory. Safety and sorrow can sit together. When they do, loops become waves. Waves pass. We will borrow a practice from loving kindness, translated into plain language for modern ears. Bring to mind someone easy to care for, even a pet. Silently offer for simple wishes. May you be safe. May you feel ease. May you feel loved. May you move with wisdom. Notice how your body feels as you say this. Now turn the phrases toward yourself, adjusting the words to fit. May I be safe. May I feel ease. May I feel loved. May I move with wisdom. If offering this to yourself is hard, aim it at your future self tomorrow morning. May you be safe tomorrow. May you feel ease. In time, the circle returns to include who you are right now. If the words feel too much, reduce them further to a single phrase on the outbreath. Just this kindness, or soft belly, or I'm with you. Not fancy, real. There is a practical benefit to this training. When compassion leads, decisions unclench. You stop building giant meanings out of small moments. You ask for the information you need. You apologize without drama. You rest before your body collapses. You take breaks without turning them into proof of failure. The day becomes a series of honest adjustments instead of a courtroom. Let us give the senses a role in compassion. Overthinking often lives above the eyebrows. Bring attention down. Warm your hands together and place them on the sides of your ribs. Feel the next 3 breaths widen your palms. Whisper, breathe, friend, breathe. Now place one hand on the back of your neck and the other over your heart. The neck often holds vigilance. The chest holds tenderness. Imagine a thin ribbon connecting the two, as if you were introducing 2 co-workers who need to collaborate. Vigilance, meet tenderness. Tenderness, meet vigilance. You both care about safety. Work together. Take 3 breaths with that image. This silly, simple gesture often changes something. When compassion meets technology, boundaries appear. Before you open a feed, touch the phone to your heart for 1 breath and ask, will this be nourishing now? If yes, proceed with a time boundary. If not, place it face down and nourish yourself directly. Water, stretching, a minute at the window. Overthinking feeds on ambiguity. Compassion loves a clear yes or no spoken kindly. A short parable for your pocket. A young acolyte asked a teacher, how do I stop the war inside? The teacher handed him a small bell and said, ring this gently whenever you catch the first harsh word. The acolyte asked, and then what? The teacher said, then bow to the one who is hurting and speak as if you love them. The young man said, but that one is me. The teacher smiled, exactly. The point is not the bell. It is the moment you notice. After that, choose your tone. We will create a repair ritual for evenings. Write, type, or whisper 3 lines. Line 1. One thing I forgive myself for today, even if I'm not ready to fully believe it. Line 2. One thing I appreciate about how I showed up. Line 3. One small repair I will attempt tomorrow. Keep it brief. Close with a breath and a palm to the chest. If you skip a night, skip without blame and return when you remember. Rituals work because they require presence, not perfection. For relationships, compassion has a practical language. Replace always and never with currently and sometimes. Replace why did you with what happened in you when. Replace you made me with I felt and I need. These shifts are not slogans. They return your nervous system to shared reality. Overthinking loves theories about other people. Compassion loves contact with the person in front of you. When shame takes the microphone, it often says, you are the only one who does this. It isolates. Compassion answers with the truth. Other humans have walked this hill. You are not alone. If it helps, imagine millions of lights across the world. People pausing for 1 breath at kitchen sinks, at hospital stations, in taxis, on sofas. All of them choosing a gentler sentence. Let your breath join theirs for a moment. Shared practice is a quiet medicine. If sleep tugs at you now, let it. Compassion doesn't demand you stay to finish. If you are awake, we can add 1 more skill called the compassionate audit. Choose just 1 corner of your life to examine kindly: money, food, screens, work habits, relationships. Not all, just 1. Ask, what is 1 thing that would make this kinder this week? A budget check-in with warmth. A glass of water before coffee. A phone bedtime. A walk with a friend. Then ask, what would make that possible? Maybe a reminder on your calendar. Maybe telling someone you trust. Compassion is precise. It asks for what helps and sets conditions that are realistic. Remember the earlier image of the harbor and lighthouse. Compassion is the softness of the water that allows boats to settle without slamming the docks. It is the light that keeps shining even when the sea is loud. It does not shout, persists. Over time, the boats come in sooner. You leave fewer oars floating in panic. You find your way home. Let us close with a simple breath pattern that supports compassionate tone. Inhale softly through the nose for 4. Hold for 1, not as a clench but as a sip of stillness. Exhale through pursed lips for 6, as if you were cooling soup. At the end of the exhale, do not gasp. Let the inhale arrive on its own. Do this for 5 cycles. On the exhale, you might add a phrase, softly now, or I'm with you, or ease. Place your hands where they want to rest. Feel what is true in your body without commentary. If thoughts arrive with commentary anyway, let them have a chair but not the stage. You are learning a new way to speak inside your own mind. The quality of that speech matters. It shapes everything. Before you drift or rise, offer yourself a closing blessing fit for a human day. May I remember that kindness is efficient. May I repair what I can and release what I cannot for now. May I meet my mind as a friend who is learning. May I wake tomorrow with enough courage to take one honest step. Rest, dear friend. The world does not need you to be flawless. It needs you to be present and kind. Presence grows as you soften. Kindness spreads as you practice. You are already on the path. Let the edges of the room soften for a moment. Feel your breath arriving like a tide that has known this shore for years. You do not need to direct it. The body remembers how to breathe even when the mind forgets how to rest. With this breath, we begin to explore something tender and freeing, the way identity can loosen its grip so your life can move with more ease. We are not erasing who you are. We are learning to hold who you are with open hands. Overthinking often clings to roles and stories to feel safe. I am the fixer. I am the one who never drops a ball. I am the one who is always calm. These roles are like coats you learn to wear because the weather once demanded it. They worked. They also grew heavy. Tonight we try a simple shift. You are still allowed to wear any coat you choose, but you will know that you are not the coat. Underneath, there is a steady, kind presence that can hold many versions of you without fighting. Place one hand on your chest and one on your belly. Breathe in for 4 and out for 6. Whisper inwardly, no need to be someone special right now. Then let the words fade and rest in the feeling they leave behind. Notice how even a hint of permission changes the texture of the body. The jaw loosens a notch. The shoulders drop a few grains. The breath lengthens as if it has been waiting for this invitation. Identity becomes tight when it fuses with tasks. The sentence shifts from I am answering emails to I am the one who must keep everyone happy through perfect emails. A small practice can unstick this. Add the phrase right now to whatever you are doing. Right now I am answering emails. Right now I am driving. Right now I am holding a sad memory. Right now makes space. It suggests movement and time. You are not welded to a role. You are a living person meeting a moment. There is a gentle teaching in the old stories about the difference between the cart and the ox. The cart creaks and argues about the road. The ox keeps walking. Our roles are the cart, useful, noisy, sometimes demanding repairs. Our deeper presence is the ox, quiet, steady, capable of moving through many kinds of weather without constant commentary. Let your breath be the yoke that connects them. The cart can complain. The ox keeps moving kindly. Feel that in your body now, the difference between commentary and movement. A micro practice helps when you feel trapped inside an identity. Name the role you are wearing and add the words lightly worn. Parent, lightly worn. Leader, lightly worn. Friend, lightly worn. When you say lightly worn, your nervous system hears that the coat can be unbuttoned. It does not have to be strapped on with fear. Try it with 2 roles that carry weight for you. Speak them quietly inside and feel how the body responds. We will bring this into an everyday scene. You are at work and someone asks for help 5 minutes before you need to leave. The identity fixer leaps up. The body tightens. The mind begins to build a case that refusing equals failure. Pause. 2 feet, 1 breath. Name the role lightly worn. Helper, lightly worn. Now ask the wiser question. What is my next honest step that includes my limits? Perhaps you say, I want to help and I'm stepping out now. Can I look with you tomorrow morning? The sky does not fall. Your nervous system learns that identity can flex without losing kindness. Another scene. You are with family and an old dynamic starts to play. You become the peacemaker or the quiet one or the clown. These roles once earned you belonging. Tonight, try a small experiment. Before you enter the room, place your hand on the doorframe for 1 breath and whisper, I can choose how much of this role I wear. Then, during a conversation, feel your feet for a moment. Let there be a pause long enough to breathe. If you want, step slightly out of the script. Ask a sincere question. Name your preference softly. The point is not to win. The point is to let the body feel that variation is allowed. Identity clings not only to roles but to opinions about yourself. I am an anxious person. I am bad with conflict. I am not creative. These statements freeze a moving river. Replace I am with I notice. I notice anxiety in my body this morning. I notice conflict is uncomfortable for me. I notice creativity arrives when I give it time. I notice invites curiosity. Curiosity loosens the knot without yanking. Let us practice a sequence called unhook and return. When a strong identity thought arises, always never I am the kind of person who do 4 soft moves. Notice the thought. Feel 1 anchor in the body, perhaps the soles of the feet or the belly. Breathe 1 longer exhale. Return to the next small action in front of you. Notice, anchor, exhale, return. This is how you step off the stage of a story and walk back into the room where life is happening. We will add a small story like a smooth stone in your pocket. A teacher pointed at the moon and said, "Look." The students stared at the finger and debated whether it was straight or bent, long or short. The teacher smiled and invited their gaze to travel past the finger to the bright circle in the sky. Roles, labels, even practices, these are fingers. They point. They are not the moon. You do not need to throw away the finger. You simply refuse to mistake it for the thing it points to. Tonight, identity is a finger. The quiet freedom you taste when you soften your grip is the moonlight on your skin. Your body understands this better than your mind. Take 3 breaths and let attention move from the forehead down to the heart, then to the belly, then to the hips, then to the soles of the feet. Forehead, heart, belly, hips, soles. On the out-breath, imagine the words less head, more earth. Not because thinking is bad. Thinking is beautiful. But for a few breaths you let the body lead, and the stories lose some volume. Attachment is the cousin of identity. Attachment says, this must stay the same for me to be okay. The tragedy is that nothing promises to stay the same. The good news is that your okayness can deepen until it does not depend on perfection. We practice this by loosening our grip on outcomes in small, safe ways. When you send a message, release the urge to control the response. When you share an idea, release the urge to manage how it is received. When you lie down to sleep, release the urge to guarantee 8 flawless hours. Release here does not mean indifference. It means you do what is skillful and then you let the world breathe too. A micro practice for outcomes is called place and open. Place means you do the next right thing with care. Open means you soften your chest and let the breath remind you that life is larger than a single result. Place the email well. Open to the response arriving when it does. Place the request kindly. Open to a yes or a no. The body learns that your dignity does not depend on controlling the wind. Another helpful image is the hand and the bird. Hold a small bird in your palm. If you squeeze, you cause harm. If you open completely, it may fly before it is ready. The art is a kind, curved palm. Identity and attachment are like this. Grip too tight and you bruise yourself and others. Refuse to hold at all and life becomes distant. A kind curve allows connection and movement. Feel your palm now. Curl the fingers until there is a gentle arc. Breathe. Imagine you are holding your roles and hopes with this shape. We will visit the 3 frictions again with this lens. Wanting tightens identity around a perfect outcome. Release unties the not enough to breathe. Pushing away clings to an identity that cannot feel certain emotions. Acceptance lets you feel a sip without drowning. Confusion says, if I am not this role, I am nothing. Clear seeing answers, you are more than a role. You are the field that holds many roles over time. You are allowed to change coats without losing your body. Sometimes attachment hides inside the word should. I should be further along. I should not feel this way. I should have handled that perfectly. When you hear should, try swapping it for could and want. I could be further along, and I want to be gentle with myself as I grow. I could wish to feel differently, and I want to learn from what is here. Could and want return choice and kindness to the sentence. The nervous system unclenches when it hears those 2 words. Let us fold in a parable you may have heard in other forms. At dusk, a person walks a path and sees a snake coiled ahead. The body freezes. The mind races. A friend lights a lantern. It is a rope. The fear was real. The snake was not. Identity can be like that. You see the outline of who you believe you must be or who you fear you are, and your system reacts. Clear seeing lights a lantern. Compassion stands with you while your body learns the difference. Attachment loosens its grip when you can whisper, rope until proven snake, and breathe. You may ask, how do I loosen an identity that grew from love? Perhaps you are the reliable one in your family, the one who remembers birthdays and doctor's appointments. Loosening does not mean abandoning. It means you include yourself in the circle of care. Try a kind sentence that honors both. I am reliable and I am allowed to rest. I care deeply and I am allowed to say not now. I am strong and I am allowed to be held. Let one of those live in your mouth for a breath. Here is a practical ritual called the coat rack. Imagine a simple rack near your front door with hooks labeled with your roles. Before you sleep, picture yourself arriving home inside your mind. Hang up each coat one by one. Worker, parent, partner, friend, helper. Hang them not as a rejection but as a way to rest the shoulders. Place your hand on your chest and breathe. In the morning, you can choose which coat to put on. Some days it is only one. Some days many. But tonight, your skin gets to feel the air. Device life can tighten identity through performance. You may notice a habit of posting to prove you exist or scrolling to measure yourself. Try a gentle boundary called private enough. Choose one moment each day that you do not share. A sunset no one sees but you. A sentence of gratitude you whisper to the ceiling. A cup of tea that exists only in your hands. Private enough reminds the system that your life is not a stage you must decorate continuously. Identity can loosen when the audience leaves. For relationships, identity often entangles with stories about who others must be. Attachment says they should respond this way to prove love. A softer stance is to ask for what you need clearly while allowing their freedom. Instead of, you should know what I need, try, I feel alone when messages go unanswered. Could we agree to check in by evening? If they cannot, you receive the truth sooner and can care for yourself accordingly. Attachment demands. Love makes a clear ask and listens. Your body will feel the difference. We will practice a breathing pattern that helps the nervous system release identification for a minute. Inhale for 4 through the nose. Hold for 1. Exhale for 8 through pursed lips, as if you were slowly blowing a feather across the table. At the bottom of the exhale, pause for a relaxed second and feel the quiet. Do this for 6 cycles. With each exhale, silently say, soften. If the mind adds commentary, give it a chair. The breath will keep working even while opinions wander. Let us create a short exercise called paper masks. Take a piece of paper and write 3 roles or labels you wear often. Cut them into rough ovals like masks. One by one, hold each in front of your face for a breath and speak 1 sentence the mask believes. Then lower it and speak 1 sentence from your deeper presence. Mask. I must anticipate everyone's needs. Presence. I can ask what is needed and include my own limits. Mask. I must be pleasant or I will lose belonging. Presence. I can be honest and trust that real belonging includes truth. After the 3, place the masks on the table. They are tools, not skin. When grief or worry visit, identity can either harden or soften. Hardened identity insists on being the one who carries it all alone. Softened identity lets support in. If it is available to you, practice receiving something small this week. Accept help carrying a bag. Say yes when a friend offers to listen. Let someone else pour the tea. The nervous system learns that letting go of a role does not equal collapse. It equals community. If you wake in the night with the thought, I don't know who I am anymore, meet it with warmth. That sentence can signal collapse, but it can also signal growth. Whisper, of course it feels strange when old stories loosen. Then anchor in the body. Hand to belly. 10 slow breaths. Down on the exhale. Warm on the inhale. When the mind seeks a firm answer, give it a firm kindness instead. Answers come in daylight. At night, you receive the simple truth that you are here, breathing, enough for now. The old teachings sometimes call this loosening not self, which can sound unsettling until you taste it. You are not a blank. You are not a ghost. You are the living field where experiences come and go. You do not have to hold on to each one to prove you exist. You can feel each without building a cage around it. Sit for a breath with this image. A wide field under evening light. Thoughts cross like deer. Feelings cross like weather. Roles cross like travelers. You are the field, not the passerby. What passes through is real, but it does not have to become a prison. Work life offers daily practice. Before you send a message, check your posture. If your shoulders pitch forward as if apologizing for existing, lean back a fraction and let the spine rise. If your jaw tightens, let it float. Then ask, what is the simplest true sentence I can send? Simplicity reduces the need to perform a role. Truth reduces the fear that you must pad your words to be safe. Your identity shifts from the one who pleases to the one who communicates. Communication is kinder to your nervous system than performance. For parenting or caring, letting go of identity can sound like neglect. It is not. It is replacing the story I must be perfect with the practice I can repair. When you are tired and you snap, you repair. When you forget, you apologize. When you do not know, you say so. Children and loved ones learn that being human and being loving are not enemies. This frees everyone from the tightest mask of all, the flawless caretaker who never needs care. To end this part, we will make a short ritual called the unhooking list. On a small card or in your mind, list 3 hooks that catch you: perfection, approval, control. Beside each, write 1 sentence that loosens it. Perfection, unhook. Kind and clear enough for today. Approval, unhook. I can act by my values without universal applause. Control, unhook. Place and open. Put this list somewhere your hands can touch. When you feel the old pull, lay your fingers on the words. The body learns faster than the mind. Touch teaches. Let your breath guide you for a minute. Inhale, the sense of space widening. Exhale, the sense of the hands unclenching. If you feel sleepy now, let sleep take you. If you are alert, rest in the gentle fact that you do not have to be anyone but the one breathing and aware in this room. The coats are on the rack. The masks are on the table. The ox is walking. The moon is bright above the finger. The field is wide and quiet. You belong to this moment, which is to say, you belong to yourself. Before we close, offer one blessing to every role you will wear tomorrow. May you serve and may you rest. May you listen and may you be heard. May you speak simply and may you be free of the need to be perfect. Offer one blessing to the you who is older than all roles. May you be steady. May you be kind. May you move with wisdom. Feel the words as sensations, not slogans. Then exhale through pursed lips as if cooling tea, and let the night keep you. You are learning the art of wearing your life lightly, not carelessly, lightly. A lightly worn life breathes. A lightly worn identity bends and does not break. With each small loosening, space appears for ease to grow. That space is already here, in the gap between one exhale and the next inhale. You can live from that gap more often. You can practice it in kitchens and meetings and hallways. Little by little, the one who had to be someone can rest, and the one who is simply here can lead. Settle just enough to notice the floor, the chair, the bed, the way it all holds you without asking for anything in return. Take one long, friendly breath out. Imagine it as a small tide pulling pebbles of tension from the shoreline of your body. Let the next inhale arrive on its own. You are not late. You are exactly on time to your own life. You have been learning to see clearly, to soften the critic, to loosen the coats of identity and attachment. Tonight, we begin weaving these threads into the fabric of your day, so the practice follows you without needing a special room or perfect silence. Think of what comes next as gentle architecture, not rigid rules. Rituals that are light enough to carry and sturdy enough to lean on. The point is not to manage yourself more. The point is to meet ordinary moments with just enough structure that kindness and wisdom can find you faster. Begin with bookends. Mornings and evenings shape the story of a day the way first light and dusk shape a landscape. A morning bookend can be smaller than you think. When your feet first touch the floor, pause for one inhale and one exhale with a sentence that fits who you are becoming. I will move at the speed of my breath, or I can take the next honest step. If you forget, there is no scolding. You simply remember the next morning or even at lunchtime and let that count. The evening bookend can be a closing gesture, simple enough to do when tired. Sitting on the edge of the bed, one hand on the belly, one on the heart, a quiet thank you for anything true, and a whisper of we are closed for tonight. These two small doorways ask nothing fancy. They just remind your system that the day has a beginning and an end and you belong to both. Between the bookends, thresholds, doorways are everywhere, literal and hidden. A doorway is any moment when you shift from one thing to another. Out of sleep into the kitchen, out of the car into work, out of one conversation into another. Pick 3 thresholds you cross daily. At each one, let a single breath mark the crossing. You do not need to stop your life to do this. Feel one sensation, the touch of the doorknob, the ground under your shoes, the warmth of your mug, and say softly inside, arriving. If arriving feels too formal, try here. These single-breath doorways keep you from dragging the past 5 minutes into the next 5 minutes like a heavy suitcase with a broken wheel. The phone is a portal and a puzzle. Overthinking loves its glow. The glow loves your hours. Create a tiny altar out of unlocking. When your thumb wakes the screen, let it first touch your heart or rest on the back of the phone for the length of one exhale. Ask useful now. No drama. If yes, proceed with a gentle time boundary and one clear intention. If not, place the phone face down and feed your senses instead. Water, stretch, window light. You are not renouncing technology. You are teaching your nervous system that you are the chooser. Commuting becomes practice without adding a minute. The car becomes a small temple with a steering wheel mala. Each time you stop at a red light, let your jaw loosen and your shoulders fall half an inch. Inhale through the nose. Exhale like you are cooling tea. If you take a train or a bus, your practice is anchoring your attention in the soles of the feet for one stop, then letting the eyes soften and listen for the farthest sound for one stop. When a thought argues that this is silly, give it a cushion. The body knows what you are doing. It knows you are changing the way you meet the world. The kitchen is sacred in a very human way. If you make coffee or tea, you have a built-in ritual. As the liquid warms or the kettle hums, let waiting be practice instead of fidgeting. Place a palm on the counter and breathe. Name 3 textures you can feel or see. Smooth ceramic, warm steam, the grain of wood. You are not forbidding thought. You are watering presence. If your mind tries to use the moment to rehearse a conversation, smile at its eagerness and place that folder on the shelf marked later. Your drink will taste a little different when sipped by someone who has arrived. When you open your laptop, the nervous system braces for a flood. Give it a raft. Before touching the keys, let your hands hover for one breath. Whisper your simple compass, one thing at a time. Write it at the top of a page if you need to. Then choose your 1 square meter, the document, the reply, the spreadsheet, and pour your attention into it like warm tea into a cup until the cup is full. 5 to 10 minutes of single tasking is not indulgence. It is first aid for a mind that thinks speed equals safety. When you finish a slice, stand up for one intentional stretch or look far to rest your eyes. Small endings teach your system that closure exists in a world that often blurs. In meetings, keep your harbor and lighthouse nearby. Your harbor is the feeling of both feet on the floor and the sensation of breath in the belly. Your lighthouse is a small sticky note with a steady phrase only you can see. One thing at a time, or listen to understand, or breathe and ask a simple question. You do not have to become a monk at a conference table. You are a human remembering that nervous systems like anchors and light, parenting and caretaking are laboratories for practice because love intensifies everything. A short ritual helps. Before responding to a strong emotion in someone you love, touch your own belly once, as if pressing save on a document, and breathe out through the mouth as if fogging a window. That's all. Your body will change the tone of your voice without you having to craft it. If you need words, try naming what you see in plain language. Looks like you're scared. Looks like you're mad. Then add, I'm here. You don't need a perfect solution. You need contact with the person in front of you and a nervous system that remembers how to be kind. Shopping lines, elevators, waiting rooms, they used to feel like stolen time. Now they can become found time. Pick a micro-practice that belongs to lines. Perhaps thumb and forefinger touch with one quiet breath. Perhaps the phrase here and ease match to in and out. You are not performing spirituality. You are returning your attention to the only place you actually live. It helps to have an object that reminds you without needing effort. Find a small stone, a bead, a ring you already wear. Let your fingers feel it when loops start to pull you. The object is not magic. It is a door handle. When your hand finds it, you know how to enter the room you have been building inside your day. There is an old Zen story about a scholar who visited a teacher to discuss philosophy. The teacher poured tea into the scholar's cup. He kept pouring until the tea overflowed and ran across the table. The scholar cried, "Stop, it is full." The teacher said, "Like this cup, you are full of your opinions. Before I can show you anything, you must first empty your cup." You do not have to pour your life onto the floor to empty your cup. You empty a little by letting one exhale finish, by letting one shoulder drop, by letting one sentence become simpler than your habit would make it. In a world of overflow, a tiny emptiness makes room for wisdom to enter. Practice loves rhythm more than intensity. Choose a minimum loving dose for each of your anchors. One breath at doorways. One sentence before email. One exhale at red lights. One hand to belly before responding in hard conversations. If you forget for a whole day, you do not get scolded by the temple guard in your head. You rejoin the rhythm with the next doorway and let that be enough. Let's walk through the 3 frictions in the language of daily ritual. Wanting shows up at the desk as I need to finish everything now. Your response becomes release in the form of a timer and a break. Pushing away shows up in conversations as I cannot feel this discomfort. Your response becomes acceptance in the form of one slow exhale and naming a feeling in plain words. Confusion shows up in the kitchen as what am I even doing next? Your response becomes clear-seeing in the form of a 2-step list written on a sticky note. These are not just ideas. They are how you put hands and feet on your intentions so the body learns the way. At midday, offer yourself a reset as practical as washing your face. Can be exactly that. Cool water, eyes closed, the weight of your palms, one breath. Or if water is not near, a doorway and an exhale that is 1 inch longer than usual. Your mind will act like a house that resists being cleaned while you are still living in it. Keep cleaning one small corner and living in it. In time, the house remembers what it feels like to be tidy enough to move around without bumping into clutter. People sometimes worry that rituals will become superstition, more things to fail at. There is nothing to fail here. Your rituals are servants, not bosses. If one stops serving, thank it and set it down. This is another place to use the raft story. A raft is precious when you need to cross. It is a burden in a forest. Your morning phrase might carry you for months, then feel stale. When that happens, switch gently. There is no prize for sameness. The prize is aliveness. A weekly rhythm helps the weave hold. Pick one day to do a kind audit. Not a trial, an audit. 10 quiet minutes with paper. 3 lines are enough. What nourished me this week? What drained me more than it needed to? One small change for the next 7 days. Then, if you want, place the paper somewhere your hand will touch it in the morning. Touch teaches faster than thoughts. Your living space can keep the practice alive without becoming a museum. A small corner where you place a candle or a plant or a stone you found on a walk. This is not about aesthetics, although beauty can help. It is about training your eyes to find something that tells your nervous system, here we rest. When you pass the corner, you might take one breath without needing to sit. Over time, the corner starts to travel with you. You become someone who carries a little of that stillness into hallways and parking lots. A simple scene from the Buddha's life has followed me for years. After walking and teaching, he would sometimes sweep the place where he stayed. When asked why, he said the floor gathered dust, and so did the mind. Sweeping the floor, he swept the mind. Washing a bowl, he washed the mind. The point is not that chores are holy in some abstract sense. The point is that your hands know how to return you to the present if you give them permission. When you rinse a plate, feel the water and let that be enough for a breath. When you make the bed, smooth the sheet and let that be enough for a breath. The mind loosens its grip when the hands are trusted. If conflict arises, you can build a ritual around repair that is small and brave. After voices cool, begin with one sentence of owning your part without self-attack. I didn't like how I spoke. I want to try again. Then ask one question that seeks understanding rather than evidence. What happened in you when I said that? Then one breath before suggestions. This is not a performance. It is training your system to value connection over being right and to learn that you can survive not being perfect. When grief visits, and it will, because we love, you do not need to overlay rituals like wallpaper to cover a crack. You use them as supports that let you lean while waves move through. A hand to the heart, a slow exhale, a sentence that says, "Of course you feel this." You look at one shape in the room so your eyes have something to hold. You drink water. You do not argue with weather. You host it. The rituals do not remove the storm. They keep you rooted so the tree of you bends without breaking. There is a practice I call writing to the morning. Take a small card, physical or in your phone, and write a 2-sentence note to tomorrow's you. "Dear morning me, here is one thing that matters and one thing that can wait." The act is not about productivity. It is about kindness across time. When you wake, you open the note and find that someone cared for you while you slept. The someone is you. Sometimes integration is less about doing and more about tone. Try the voice experiment in 2 scenes tomorrow. When you catch yourself speaking to yourself like a scared manager, change the voice to a wise friend and say the same instruction. Finish the report becomes "let's do this one part together." Don't mess this up becomes "you care about this." Breathe and begin. Your nervous system learns from tone faster than content. The day feels different not because the tasks changed, but because the one giving directions changed. I want you to have an evening closing ritual that you can do in under 2 minutes on the hardest days and that can stretch on the softer days. On hard days, sit or lie, hand to belly, hand to heart. Whisper 3 words. Safe enough now. Breathe 3 slow cycles. Lights out. On softer days, add a little more space. Name one thing you forgive yourself for, one thing you appreciate, one thing you will attempt tomorrow. Then lights down. Your body will anticipate this rhythm the way it anticipates sleep after hearing rain. Let's return to the 3 inner powers, the ones you've been growing quietly. Compassion is the warmth in your tone and the way you let yourself be human. Clear seeing is the light that keeps you from building a city out of one shadow. Letting go is the hand that loosens enough to carry what matters. Your rituals are simply places where these powers can practice. The threshold breath is compassion for a system that needs time. The sticky note is clear seeing written down. The timer and pause are letting go of the myth that only urgency moves things. If at any point the collection of practices starts to feel like another burden, remember you are allowed to carry only one for a while. Some days your practice is simply to notice your exhale when you touch a doorknob. That is not failure. That is a living practice keeping itself alive. Now, for a minute, rehearse tomorrow in the gentlest way. Picture 3 thresholds you will surely cross. The bed to the floor, the doorway from home to outside, the entry to your workspace. See yourself pause for a single breath at each. Not dramatic, just human. Picture one small place where you will write the next honest step and do it. Picture one red light where your jaw unclenches. The brain loves rehearsal. You are giving it a calm one. Let the body speak to you now. Where does it want support? Maybe a pillow under a knee, a blanket at the feet, a hand on the ribs. Adjust without ceremony. The nervous system notices when you listen. It extends trust like a plant turning towards sun. We will close this part the way we began, by remembering that you do not need to perform your way into peace. You arrange a few pieces of your day so peace can find a place to sit beside you. You let morning greet you without sprinting. You let doorways be breaths. You let work become 1 square meter at a time. You let evenings end on purpose. You let your phone become a servant instead of a tiny king. You let your hands teach your mind. You let your rituals be flexible and alive. And when you forget, you remember softly, without a whip. Take one more long, kind exhale. Feel the exact place where your body touches support. Let your face fall a little toward sleep if it wants to. Offer a blessing for the day you just wove in your mind. May it be simple. May it be steady. May it be kind. May I meet it as a friend. Rest now, dear friend. The architecture is light. The house is yours. Let your breath find you where you are. Let the room be ordinary. If you need to shift a pillow or uncurl your toes, do that now. One long exhale through the mouth as if cooling soup. Then close the lips lightly and let the next inhale slip in by itself. We are going to tend the voice inside your head tonight. Not to silence it, but to change the way it speaks. A gentler inner voice will not make you soft in the worst way. It will make you steady in the best way. Overthinking often arrives with a courtroom tone. Exhibit A and Exhibit B are presented with stern certainty. You feel cornered by your own narration. The project is not just to cancel the trial. It is to change the legal system inside you. Instead of a judge and a defendant, you become host and guest.
Sauts arrivent.
You greet them. You ask what they need. You keep the house rules kind and simple.
Nos chautin.
No doom prophecies after midnight. No predicting other people's minds without asking them. When the rules are broken, you do not punish. You reset. You return everyone to their seats. You breathe. Place one palm on your chest, one on your belly. Whisper a short sentence that shifts the tone. I can be on my own side. Let the words be less important than the temperature they set inside you. The body is listening for warmth more than poetry. If poetry helps, good. If not, plain works. We will build a tiny framework you can carry anywhere. Acknowledge, befriend, choose. Acknowledge means you say exactly what is happening without drama. Tight heart, spinning thoughts, tired body. Befriend means you add a tender sentence to the moment. Of course you feel this. Anyone in your shoes would. Choose means you pick one small next step that matches your values and your energy. Drink water. Write 2 sentences. Ask for clarity. Lie down for 10 minutes. Try it right now with something light. Acknowledge one sensation. Befriend with 1 sentence. Choose 1 step. Feel how the shoulders change when the voice changes. A short story from the old texts can guide us. A monk named Sona practiced with ferocious effort and grew exhausted and discouraged. The Buddha asked him how he tuned his lute. Too tight and the string would snap. Too loose and no music would come. In the same way, effort needs the middle tune. Your inner voice is the hand on the tuning peg. Too tight and it bites. Too loose and it abandons you. Tonight we aim for the middle tune. You speak in a way that asks for sincerity without cruelty. You call yourself forward without dragging yourself by the hair. Try the middle tune in a modern scene. You are behind on a task. The old voice says, "You always do this, what is wrong with you?" The middle voice says, "This matters to me and I lost my rhythm today. I will set a timer for 15 minutes and move 1 slice, then I will reassess." You are not lowering standards. You are moving them from fantasy into reality. Reality is where progress lives. Sometimes the inner critic claims it is the only thing keeping you from becoming careless. You can test this. Do one small task the critic usually screams about, but do it with a calm voice. Wash the cup and speak kindly inside, not as a performance, but as an experiment. See which voice produces steadier action over the week. Most people find that harshness produces a sprint and a crash. Kindness produces a walk that continues. A practice for moments when the mind storms is called the inner bench. Picture a simple bench under a tree in your chest. When a thought starts to pace, invite it to sit. Ask it one question only: what are you trying to protect? Often the answer is simple. I am trying to protect your belonging. I am trying to protect your safety. I am trying to protect your heart. Thank it. Tell it the plan. I hear you. For the next 10 minutes, our plan is 1 square meter. Stay with me while I do it. The pacing eases because it has been seen. Thoughts often behave better when they are treated like anxious helpers rather than enemies. Nighttime gives the critic extra echo. The house is quiet. The mind rummages through the attic for old boxes. Build a nocturnal phrase that fits your nervous system. Nothing to figure out right now is one. Save the figuring for the morning light is another. Or simply sleep first, decide later. Pair the phrase with a gentle exhale and a hand to the belly. You are not refusing responsibility. You are refusing to negotiate with shadows. Real choices bloom in daylight. When you need to write to yourself, keep it short and human. Dear me is not silly. It is specific. You are the person in the room. Write 3 lines in your head or on paper. Dear me, you are tired, and that makes loops louder. Dear me, here is one kind thing we will do now. Dear me, here is one small action tomorrow that will help. Close with a breath. If you cannot think of the right words, borrow the simplest ones. I am with you. That sentence, repeated to yourself across a week, changes the angle of your days. We will explore how this inner voice talks to the body. Minds like to send memos. Bodies prefer touch and tone. When anxiety climbs, the voice can say slow and the hands can rest somewhere warm. Side ribs, back of the neck. A gentle hand at the back like you would steady a friend on stairs. Match the outbreath to the word slow for 5 cycles. You are not commanding. You are inviting. The vagus nerve likes invitations. Your body knows the path home when the door is opened without barking. Self-talk also needs boundaries. Not every thought earns a microphone. You can say not helpful right now and return to the square meter. Some minds fear this is repression. It is not. It is scheduling. The thought can wait on the sturdy shelf labeled later. If it is still bright in the morning, you revisit. Many thoughts fade like dreams when the sun rises. You are allowed to let the sun do some of the work. Let us bring this to relationships. The voice you use inside leaks into the voice you use outside. If your inner tone is a drill sergeant, your outer tone will carry a shadow of that edge. Practice upgrading one sentence before it leaves your mouth. Instead of "you never listen," try "I felt lost in that conversation and I need a clearer lane for my words." Instead of "why didn't you," try "can we walk through what happened in you when." These are not scripts to memorize. They are templates for respect. Respect lowers the temperature of rooms where love lives. A gentle trap we should name is spiritual shaming. The mind says you should not feel this because you practice. It turns the path into a stick. Replace should with could and want. I could wish to feel calmer, and I want to meet this wave as kindly as I can. The body hears the difference. Shame makes it brace. Kind honesty makes it breathe. When the day contains a real mistake, your voice can distinguish between guilt and shame. Guilt says I did something that hurt and I will repair. Shame says I am the kind of person who hurts and I am unworthy. The first is useful. The second is quicksand. If you fall into shame, call your name as a friend would. Come back here. We are going to repair. Then do one small repair action within 24 hours if possible. Action grounds the voice so it does not float off into theory. We will bring in a simple body-based reset that pairs well with kinder words. Breathe in for 4 through the nose. Hold gently for 1. Exhale for 8 through pursed lips. At the bottom of the breath, pause for a heartbeat and feel the weight of your body. Repeat 5 times. While you exhale, add an easy phrase. Soften, or with you, or here. The lengthened exhale tells the body the lion is not in the room. The word reminds the mind that it has a partner. Think of your day as a series of tiny contracts with yourself. When the inner voice signs a contract that is unrealistic, anxiety becomes the fine print. I will never make a mistake again is a contract that exhausts you by breakfast. I will repair quickly when I do is a contract that helps. I will please everyone is a contract written in invisible ink by fear. I will act by my values and respect that not everyone will clap is a contract that gives you a spine. When you feel the familiar rise of pressure, check the contract. Rewrite it in a sentence you could read to a friend without flinching. In parenting, caretaking, and teams, the tone of the inner voice flows outward as patience or as panic. You can practice a micro-pause before responding in hot moments. Touch the table. Feel the texture. One exhale. Then speak. If you are speaking to a child, kneel so your eyes are level. If to an adult, soften your gaze and name one feeling you see. Anger maybe or fear. Naming is not fixing. It is returning to reality. When reality is acknowledged, the inner and outer voices stop shouting for attention. Look again at the 3 frictions. Wanting says, if I get this right, I will be safe forever. The upgraded voice says, if I do this kindly and clearly, I will be safe enough now. Pushing away says, I cannot feel this. The upgraded voice says, I can feel a sip and still be safe. Confusion says, I do not know who I am without this loop. The upgraded voice says, I am the one who breathes and chooses the next honest step. These are not slogans. They are medicine you take in small doses every day. A brief parable for your pocket. A traveler carried a lamp at night. He used it to see his path, but after a while he started shining it in his own face to check if he looked brave. The light blinded him and he stumbled. A passerby gently turned the lamp back toward the ground where his feet were. The point is not to stop caring how you appear. The point is to use your attention for walking more than for worrying. Let the lamp of attention return to the step you are taking. Check your face later in gentler light. On days when your voice will not soften, borrow the voice of someone who loved you well or wished you well. A teacher, a friend, a stranger who was kind on a hard day. Hear the tone more than the words. Speak to yourself in that tone for 1 minute as you tie your shoes or wash your face. If no one comes to mind, borrow a future you. Imagine the older version of you who learned to live with ease. Let them talk for 60 seconds. Future you is wise because they have met many days and survived them all. Technology can be an ally if used with care. Leave yourself voice notes in the tone you want to live in. 1-sentence reminders at 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. Breathe before you press send. Close the shop for tonight. These are not orders. They are hand-on-shoulder moments. When the reminder appears, do 1 breath and then continue. Over time, you will need fewer reminders. The voice inside will adopt the tone. In work scenes, upgrade how you ask things of yourself. Instead of get it done or else, try let us find the first true step and do that now. Instead of do not mess up, try care and clarity. These 2 words fit in the corner of a screen. They travel well. If a mistake happens, the older harsh voice will lunge for the wheel. Can share the car but not drive. Kindly tell it you can sit and point things out, but I am steering. There is a kindness you can offer to your senses as well. The eyes get tight when the mind gets loud. Every hour, if you remember, look far away for 20 seconds. Then close the eyes for a breath. Then open and look at something close and friendly, like your hands. This micro-rhythm resets muscles that tighten when inner speech does. A relaxed face tells the brain it is safe to use a softer voice. You may worry that if you are gentle, others will walk over you. Gentleness and boundaries are not opposites. The same voice that says "Dear One" to yourself can say "Not now" to the world. Try a sentence that combines both. I want to help and I cannot today. I care about this and I need more time. I love you and I will talk about this tomorrow when we can both listen. The "and" is a bridge. It lets truth and care stand in the same room. When grief or anger rises, the inner voice often reaches for a lid. Not now, not this, not ever. If the wave is safe enough to feel a little, take sips. 1 minute of feeling with your feet on the ground, then water, then a window, then another minute if it wants to come. You are not drowning. You are letting the weather move so it does not stagnate. The voice that says I can feel a little now and a little later teaches your system that it can trust you. Make a tiny ritual for closing the inner shop each night. Sit or lie with spine supported. Whisper 3 small lines in the upgraded tone. Thank you for trying today. Here is one thing we did with heart. Here is one thing we will pick up tomorrow. Then place your palm on your chest and breathe slowly. Imagine the sign flipping to closed. If the mind returns with inventory, nod and touch the sign again. Closed does not mean never. It means not now. This teaches your nervous system that rest is legitimate, not stolen. If you wake before dawn and worry starts to stack, you can do a practice called talk and tuck. Sit up slightly. Speak for 1 minute to the worry as if it were a child who had a bad dream. I hear you. This is scary in the dark. We will look together in the morning with light. Then physically tuck yourself in again with care. Smooth the sheet the way you would for a loved one. The body understands tucking. It registers safety and returns some authority to your calmer voice. Let us return to the breath for a few quiet cycles. In for 4, out for 6. At the top of the breath, a tiny pause that feels like a sip. At the bottom, a tiny quiet that feels like a stone settling. If words want to accompany the exhale, let them be simple. With you, or ease, or home, not as magic spells, as the temperature of the room inside. Imagine that tomorrow will include 3 moments when you could tighten or soften. See them lightly. The moment the calendar looks crowded. The moment a message sounds off. The moment your body asks for a break and your mind argues. In each, picture the upgraded voice arriving before the old one. Picture the sentence you will use. Picture your shoulders dropping 1 notch. Your jaw easing. The voice does not need to be loud. It needs to be first. Before we close, let the image of the harbor return. Your inner voice is the dockhand waving the boats towards safe moorings. It does not shout curses at waves. It signals calmly, throws a rope. Over time, the boats trust that here is a place to rest. That trust is what you are building with yourself. You are becoming a harbor where your own mind is not afraid to return. Place a hand where breath feels kindest. Offer yourself one blessing that speaks in the new tone. May I be firm without being cruel. May I be gentle without abandoning what matters. May I be a friend to myself in public and in private. Let the words land as sensations rather than promises. Then let them fade into the background hum of awareness. If sleep wants you, let it take you now. If you are awake, rest here for a few breaths and watch how the body softens when the voice softens. There is nothing to prove in this moment. There is only the simple truth that your inner speech is learning to care for you. That truth does not need a certificate. It needs repetition and warmth. You have enough for tonight. Tomorrow we will keep weaving. For now, feel the quiet in the corners of the room, the reliable rhythm behind your ribs, the way the earth holds your weight without commentary. You are allowed to be spoken to kindly. You are allowed to speak kindly to yourself. You are allowed to live from that tone. Settle where you are, dear friend. Feel the quiet fact of support beneath you. There is nothing you must do to deserve this support. It is already here. Let one breath pour out longer than it came in, as if a tide were taking its time returning to sea. Let your shoulders descend a fraction. Let the jaw loosen. Tonight we practice the art that unknots so many knots. Tonight we practice letting go, not as a dramatic gesture, but as a small, trustworthy skill you can use a dozen times a day. Letting go often sounds like losing, like dropping what matters, like giving up. That misunderstanding keeps the body braced and the mind busy. What we are learning is different. Letting go is allowing what you cannot carry to rest for a while, so that your hands are free to hold what you truly can. Letting go is not abandoning care. It is releasing the grip that turns care into harm. You can love and loosen at the same time. Place one hand on your belly and one on your heart. Inhale softly through the nose. Exhale through pursed lips as if cooling tea. On the exhale, imagine your fingers are opening one joint at a time. Not a dramatic fling, simply an unclasping. Say inwardly, open a little. The body understands this language. It remembers how to release a fist without dropping the bowl. Overthinking clings because it promises safety. If I keep holding this thought, nothing bad will happen. The promise is kind and false. Safety grows more reliably from capacity than from clenching. Each small release you practice tonight is a quiet investment in capacity. When life leans, you will bend and return. When a wave rises, you will feel and breathe and stay. Let me give you a picture to keep close. Imagine you've been carrying a heavy bag all day without noticing. Your shoulder aches. Someone kind points to the strap. Oh, you can set that down for a minute. You don't throw the bag into the street. You place it beside you, rest, then lift it again when it is time. Letting go is that minute on the bench, not the destruction of the bag. A simple micro-practice lives in that image. Call it set-down breaths. When you notice a loop about work, a body sensation, a conversation, picture the loop as a bag in your hand. For 2 breaths, place it beside you. Hands empty, shoulders softer. After 2 breaths, if the bag truly belongs in your hands, pick it up and continue. If not, leave it beside you for now. 2 breaths are enough to teach the body that you are not trapped in carrying. There is an old simile about anger that travels well into modern life. Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal to throw. You burn first. The point is not that you should never feel anger. Anger is information. Letting go is cooling the coal so you can use the information without burning your own hand. When heat rises, lengthen the out-breath and let the shoulders fall. You are not pretending the coal is cool. You are choosing not to squeeze it while you decide what to do next. Another story comes from a different angle. Once, a person hurled an insult at a teacher. The teacher asked, if someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does it belong? The person said, to the one who offered it. The teacher bowed a little and let the words pass. This does not mean you tolerate harm or abandon boundaries. It means you practice the inner skill of not accepting every package that arrives at your mental doorstep. Letting go sometimes looks like letting a package sit unopened until you can read the return address with clear eyes. Bring this into a very ordinary scene. You open your phone and a message reads flat, maybe hurried, maybe just brief. The mind begins to clench. It writes a script in one breath. Pause. 2 feet or 2 hands for 1 exhale. Ask yourself a soft question. Is it mine to carry right now? If the answer is no, place the message on the shelf labeled later. If the answer is yes, choose one simple, kind response or decide on a time to speak. This is letting go in motion. It's not disengagement. It's choosing when and how to engage so your body is not running a 4-alarm fire over a candle. The 3 frictions show up here too. Wanting says I must secure this outcome by holding it tighter. Pushing away says I refuse to feel this, so I will numb or sprint. Confusion says I don't know how to stop, so I'll just continue gripping. Letting go answers each in a human key. Release says let the rope slip a little in your hands so the skin can breathe. Acceptance says feel 1 sip of this feeling. You will not drown. Clear seeing says ask what is useful now and do only that part. 1 sip, 1 slip, 1 step. your system learns the taste of enough. Letting go also lives in the body as a physical skill. There is a place just above the belly under the ribs where many people hold. Put your palm there. On the inhale, imagine the breath arriving like warm air under a blanket. On the exhale, imagine the blanket softening its weight across your middle. For 3 cycles, whisper down on the exhale. This is not an order. It is an invitation for the diaphragm to move and the guard to rest. Many loops lose their oxygen when the body remembers it is safe enough to let the belly be soft. We can add the shoulders. On a breath in, lift them tiny and slow, just enough to notice the effort. On the exhale, let them drop and feel gravity as kindness. Do this twice. Not a performance, simply a reminder that you are allowed to lower what you lifted without noticing. Try now a practice I call the open door. When a thought insists on staying, you don't argue. You open an inner door and say, "You may come and go. This house has air." Sit quietly for 3 breaths, imagining a door in the side of your mind, open to a night breeze. Thoughts move like moths. Some come, some go. You don't have to sweat. You let the air do some of the work. Your job is to keep the door open and your posture kind. A brief parable to carry. A student held a cup while the teacher poured water. The teacher kept pouring until the cup overflowed. The student shouted, "It's full." The teacher smiled, then set the kettle down. Yes, and so is your mind. Tonight, letting go is that moment when the pouring stops. You don't empty the cup by force. You simply stop adding and watch the surface settle on its own. You can do this in conversations, in meetings, in midnight thinking. Stop adding. Breathe. Let the surface settle. Let us walk through a daily sequence where letting go changes the texture of everything. Morning arrives and you notice the pull to unlock the phone before you have even greeted your own breath. Instead, feet on floor, 1 inhale, 1 exhale, a quiet sentence. I will move at the speed of my breath. That small sentence loosens the first knot. In the kitchen, you place the mug under warm water and let your shoulders drop while the stream runs. You are not waiting for perfect calm. You are lessening friction. At your desk, the calendar looks like a crowded street. You choose 1 square meter and put a small boundary around it. 10 minutes. One thing. Release the rest for that time. Let go does not mean leave it forever. It means remove it from your hands while you carry this. Tension sometimes speaks as a loyal guard. Says if I unclench, you will forget what matters. You can give it a new job. Tell it, watch my breath rise and fall. If I drift, tap me on the shoulder. The guard loves a clear post. It will relax its grip when it knows it is not being fired but reassigned. There will be days when a sensation in the body becomes the hook. A flutter in the chest. A heaviness behind the eyes. The mind grabs the hook and begins to reel. Try a small loop called feel and frame. Feel means you place a hand nearby and let 3 breaths move past the sensation without storytelling. Frame means you say a sentence that holds the experience without turning it into a verdict. My body is signaling stress. I will move kindly and check what's needed. Then you choose a small action, water, a walk around the room, 2 minutes of single tasking, and return. The sensation may continue. You continue with less fight. That is letting go. There is a quiet story in the tradition about a woman named Kisa Gautami who lost her child and went to the Buddha in grief. He told her to bring a mustard seed from a household that had never known death. She searched and found kindness in many homes, but no home without loss. When she returned, she had not received a miracle. She had received belonging in the human family. Letting go is not asking you to deny what hurts. It is asking you to hold it in a wider circle so you do not believe you must do the impossible alone. If grief visits you, let the practice become this sentence. Others have walked this road, and I can breathe 1 breath at a time. Sometimes letting go is releasing the belief that you should be past it by now. Try a simple ritual for evening called Unhook by Halves. Choose one worry.
Halve IT.
If the worry is a project, choose half an hour tomorrow for one honest step. If the worry is a conversation, choose half a script, a sincere opening line. If the worry is a list, choose half the items and put the other half on paper for next week. The mind respects math. Having turns a cliff into a slope and gives the body a chance to move. A scene at work. You present something and a comment lands sharp. The body leaps to guard. The mind begins to litigate. Pause. 2 feet. 1 breath. Ask, what is the one piece of this that is useful now? Take that piece. Let the rest remain unaccepted gifts. Later, if needed, you can speak with clarity. In the moment, you choose not to carry more than you must. Your dignity is not a dragon you must feed with fire. It is a quiet seat you return to. A scene at home. The kitchen hums with dishes and voices. You hear yourself reaching for control because the clutter activates an old alarm. Practice the 30% rule. Do everything with 30% less effort for 2 minutes. The difference is subtle. You are still washing, still speaking, but the grip loosens. While you do this, name one detail you appreciate in the room. Someone's laugh, the color of a bowl, the way water sounds on a plate. Appreciation is the cousin of letting go. It widens the frame until you are not staring at a single flaw. Devices again, because they are where holding happens without us noticing. Before scrolling, ask the phone the question, useful now? If the answer is no, place it face down and step to a window. Feel the air on your face for 2 breaths. The pause is not discipline for its own sake. It is releasing hundreds of micro grips that accumulate until the body does not remember how to rest. Your identity work joins in. When you notice a sentence beginning with I am always the one who, add for now. I am always the one who smooths conflicts. For now. The for now opens a door. It tells the system that roles can change without catastrophe. That opening is a form of letting go. You are letting go of forever. Let us return to the breath and add a pattern that supports release. In for 4. Hold for 1 like a soft sip. Out for 8 through pursed lips. At the bottom of the exhale, imagine a small pause where the tide reveals more sand. Rest there for a heartbeat, then let the inhale arrive. Do 5 cycles. On each exhale, silently say, soften or let be. The out-breath is your ally. It signals to the ancient parts of you that the lion is not in the room, that the moment can be held with open hands. Language helps. The word should tightens. The words could and choose loosen without collapsing. Replace I should not be feeling this with I could wish to feel differently and I choose to meet what's here gently. Replace I should have fixed this by now with I could have hoped to, and I choose 1 step today. Your nervous system feels the difference between a whip and a hand on the shoulder. If anger or sorrow build to a level that wants movement, give them movement on purpose. Shake the hands for 10 seconds. Roll the shoulders forward and back. Press the feet into the floor and release. Do 3 soft sighs. This is not you failing at stillness. This is you letting energy move so it does not harden into story. After movement, sit or lie and feel the after ripples. Often the mind loosens when the body is allowed to do what bodies do. We will craft a small bedtime ritual that is almost laughably simple and therefore doable. Sit or lie with support. Picture a shelf by the bed with 3 pegs. On the first peg, hang work. On the second, hang relationships. On the third, hang the unknowns. With each peg, touch your chest once. Breathe out and say, rest here for now. This is not magical thinking. It is telling your body the truth. In this room, in this hour, you do not need to pick up every strand of the world. The shelf will hold your pegs until morning. There are times when letting go is a decision. There are also times when letting go is simply the passage of time moving through the body as breath. If you cannot decide, breathe. If you can decide, breathe and decide. Either way, the breath returns you to the small, living present where hands can open a little. Bring in one more scene because practice needs kitchens and hallways more than temples. You are in the grocery line and the person ahead argues with the cashier. Heat rises. You are late. The old habit is to rehearse your frustration for an audience inside your head. Try this instead. Feel your feet. Exhale through the mouth as if cooling soup. Let your eyes find 3 colors in the room and name them silently. Then, if it fits, offer a soft sentence in your mind to everyone in the scene, including yourself. May we move through this with as much ease as is available. The line may not move faster. Your heart will not be dragged behind a truck. If sleep is inviting you now, let go into it like lowering the heavy bag beside you. If you are awake, rest in the fact that letting go can be practiced even while staying here. You do not have to travel anywhere. You unhook and return. You place and open. You soften the breath and lower the shoulders. You stop adding when the cup is already full. You keep the inner door open so air can move. Offer yourself a closing blessing in the exact language your body believes. May my hands learn the shape of release. May my breath remember the long exhale. May my mind practice placing and opening. May I set down what is not mine and carry what is with a kinder grip. Let those words land like warm stones along a path you will walk tomorrow. There will still be moments when you forget and grab tight. Good. Another chance to practice. Each time you notice, you are strengthening the muscle that chooses ease without abandoning care. That is the heart of this path. Not escape, a steadier way of staying. Feel support beneath you again. Feel the exact temperature of the air. Let one last exhale be a touch longer, a touch sweeter. Then either fall into sleep or fall into the quiet where sleep can find you. The ocean of you is deeper than the waves. The harbor light is still on. The door is open to the night breeze. Your hands know how to open. You are learning to trust them. Let the body speak first tonight. Before any ideas arrive, listen with your hands. Place your palms wherever they want to land. Belly, chest, ribs, thighs, and feel the simple truth of contact. Warmth meets warmth. The body does not require arguments to soften. It asks for presence. Overthinking runs upstairs and turns on every light. Body wisdom walks into the living room, opens a window an inch, and lets the air change. Breathe in through your nose and let the breath slide down toward the lower belly. Breathe out through gently parted lips, a long even stream as if you were cooling soup. With each exhale, say inside, I am here, not as a slogan, as a description. Body wisdom is plain. It notices what is true and meets it with care. We will practice listening instead of fixing. Fixing has its place when a door sticks or a faucet drips. But when you try to fix a nervous system with the same tightening energy that made it ache, you chase your tail. Listening unknots what fixing tightens. If the body offers a complaint, you answer with contact and breath, not a courtroom. This is how natural healing begins, not by adding more effort, but by subtracting the unnecessary struggle around what is already present. Start with 3 quiet scans that take less than a minute in total. First scan for ease, where in you feels even slightly comfortable. A cheekbone, the weight of a calf on the mattress. The warmth where your palm rests. Name it gently, ease here. Second scan for neutrality, where is neither pleasant nor unpleasant. A patch of skin on the forearm. The air on your lips. Name it neutrals here. Third scan for the loud places. Notice without bracing, tender here. The body softens when it is seen in a balanced way. If you only hunt for pain, the nervous system prepares for a hunt. When you include ease and neutral, the field widens and the body stops shouting to be heard. Bring to mind a common moment. You sit down to work and the chest holds a small stone. The mind tries to pry it out with thoughts. Instead, place one palm above the stone and one below, as if your hands were two kind friends holding both sides of a door. Inhale, meet. Exhale, melt. 3 breaths. Then write one sentence that names the next step and do only that. The stone may still be there, but the door opens. Work moves under the stone rather than ramming into it. Another scene. A headache begins like weather in the temples. The old habit calls for a forecast, this will ruin the afternoon, and a history lesson, this always happens. Body wisdom does neither. It dims the screen, drinks water, softens the jaw, and lets the eyes rest by looking far for 20 seconds. Then it listens. If a break is possible, it takes one. If not, it lowers effort by 30%. The point is not to pretend you don't hurt. The point is to reduce the background struggle so the body can use its own smartness. Bodies learn to heal long before your mind learned the word. There is a small place behind the breastbone that records the day. Many people feel tightness there when they read messages or carry silent worries. Rest a fist there gently and place your other hand over the fist. Breathe into your back ribs, as if air could widen the world behind you. On the exhale, whisper wider. Do this 3 times. Then remove the fist and notice the echo. This is not magic. It is a pressure and release that teaches the ribcage it can move again. Movement is permission. Static bracing is what the body mistakes for danger. Let's fold in food, because eating is not separate from thinking. Overthinking likes to sprint through meals or turn them into tests. Body wisdom asks 3 small questions before you begin. Am I hungry enough to eat? What would feel kind to my system right now? How can I be present for the first 3 bites? You choose something simple. You feel the texture and temperature. You breathe between bites without auditing. If a voice comments, too slow, too fast, too much, name it thinking and place it on the shelf for later. Your body digests better when it is not being graded. Sleep is where natural healing often tries to do its best work and where overthinking loves to build factories. The project tonight is not more sleep pressure. It is a gentler runway. Tired bodies land clumsily on hard runways. Make the runway soft. An hour before bed, lower light if you can. Put your phone to sleep before you put yourself to sleep. Tell it good night the way you would a helpful but overexcited friend. If the mind protests that you need it, give it one job. Play a quiet sound or hold a short timer for reading. When the timer ends, you both rest. The body reads signals better than promises. Light down, volume down, posture supported, breath longer on the out. This is not moral. It's mechanical and kind. A small practice for wakeful hours is called belly clock. Place a hand on the belly. Count 10 slow breaths, but do not chase sleep as a prize. Let each count be an anchor to the sensation of rising and falling. If you lose the count, begin again at 1 without blame. Starting again is the practice, not the penalty. Your body learns that the bed is a place of return, not a courtroom where you are tried for wakefulness. Pain and heavy emotion travel together sometimes. You do not have to untangle them in one night. You can let them sit side by side like 2 guests you greet at the door. Pain says this tissue needs help. Emotion says this story needs holding. You pour both a glass of water. You say you can be here for a while. Then you turn on soft music or let silence do its work, and you return your attention to breath and contact. This is not avoidance. It is hosting. When the body feels properly hosted, it relaxes its alarms. There's a parable about a man who carried a stone in his shoe for so long he forgot the limp had a cause. When someone suggested removing his shoe, he said, "I don't have time." The body often offers simple requests that overthinking ignores. Water, sunlight, movement, stillness, crying, laughter, a stretch, a minute of quiet. These requests do not deny complex struggles. They offer levers you can actually pull. Try granting one simple request right now. Adjust the pillow, roll a shoulder, sip water. Let the body know you are listening. You are not asked to be a doctor to yourself. You are asked to be a friend to your own organism. Friends help you make appointments when needed. Friends do not insist that everything is mindset while you are running a fever. Body wisdom and modern help can be companions. If your system whispers for professional care, honoring that whisper is part of the path. Wisdom includes asking for hands beyond your own. The three frictions speak in the body. 2. Wanting appears as over-efforting muscles and breath that tries to pull tomorrow into your lungs. Release arrives as loosening of tiny places, the forehead, the tongue, the small muscles around the eyes, so the breath can come as it is. Pushing away appears as numbness or a stiff posture that refuses sensation. Acceptance is the willingness to feel a sip and then widen to the room so the sip does not drown you. Confusion appears as scattered tension, everywhere at once. Clear-seeing answers by choosing one anchor, one place to rest attention, and returning there the way a bird returns to a familiar branch. Let's take a walk together, even if only in imagination. You step outside for 5 minutes. Your device stays at home or in your pocket silent. Your eyes look far, then near, then far again. You feel the weight shift from heel to toe, heel to toe. You let the hands sway. If a thought arrives with a megaphone, you greet it and feel your feet again. After 5 minutes, you return. Nothing dramatic happened, and yet something did. The body remembered it belongs to the earth, not just to screens and chairs. Bodies move liquids and electricity and attention better when they move. This is not advice to run a marathon. It is permission to let movement carry a piece of what thinking has been dragging. Your posture affects your sentences. When you lean forward with a bent neck, the mind hears hurry. When you lean back and let the spine rise, the mind hears room. Adjusting posture is not a fake fix. It is a physical message. You are safe enough to soften one notch. Do that now. Let the chin tuck slightly as if agreeing with the night. Let the shoulder blades slide down a fraction. If lying down, let the weight spread like warm syrup. The body thrives on images it can feel. Warm syrup is allowed. We will add a practice called the listening pause. When a symptom, sensation, or sudden emotion appears, you pause for 30 seconds. For the first 10, you notice where it lives. For the next 10, you breathe toward it without trying to push it away or pull it close. For the last 10, you ask one question: what do you need from me right now? An answer might arise: water, stillness, to cry, to walk, a boundary, a snack, a call, or no clear answer appears. In that case, you choose a small kindness anyway and check again later. The point is not to become perfect at decoding. It is to create a relationship. Bodies heal in relationship. Bring tenderness to digestion, not only of food, but of experience. Your system digests meetings, headlines, arguments, and long drives. Give it gaps the way you give a meal time to settle. After a call, stand and look out a window for 30 seconds. After a hard conversation, drink water before you write the next message. After bad news, sit for a minute with a hand on the chest and feel the quickness in there without telling it to stop. The body is a wise animal. If you stop whipping it for a few minutes, it will show you how it wants to move through a day. A quiet scene from the Buddha's life. He ate simply, walked, rested, stood, and lay down in turns, calling this the 4 postures. The teaching was not that fancy postures bring freedom, but that awareness can live in any posture and that balance among them brings ease. Scan your day for balance. Do you sit without standing? Do you scroll without looking far? Do you speak without a pause to listen to your own breath? Adjust by a notch. A notch changes a day more reliably than a vow to change everything. Let's talk about pain with love. Chronic pain is not a test you failed. It is a reality you are brave enough to meet. You can fold practice into it without pretending it is small. Choose a neutral anchor near but not inside the pain. A hand on the thigh if the back hurts, the feeling of the sheet if the head aches. Breathe there. Visit the pain for a few seconds, then return to the anchor. This pendulum lets the nervous system learn gradations. All or nothing is a panic setting. Gradations are where nervous systems learn to trust again. If the pain is acute or unusual, you also use your other wisdom and seek help. The two ways are allowed to walk together. When anxiety surges, the mouth can become a gate for release. Exhale through pursed lips longer than you inhaled, and at the end, hum softly for a second. The hum vibrates the throat and face, telling ancient pathways that you are safe enough to sing. The brain listens to this kind of message more than it listens to spreadsheets of reassurance. Humming works in the kitchen, in a car, on a walk, alone, and even quietly around people. You do not need to explain. You are tuning your instrument, devices again, because the body reads light. If you can, set a time when bright screens dim. If you cannot, offset with gestures your biology recognizes. Warm a washcloth and press it over your eyes for 30 seconds. Step outside and let dusk touch your skin. Even in a hallway, you can close your eyes and imagine dusk. The color that is not quite blue, not quite gray, the sound of a world lowering its shoulders. Imagining is not a lie. It's a tool your nervous system uses generously. A brief story like a seed. A person asked a teacher how to calm the monkey mind. The teacher handed them a small bowl full to the brim with water and said, "Walk to the end of the garden without spilling a drop." When the person returned, the teacher asked, "What did you see in the garden?" The person said, "Nothing, I was watching the water." The teacher said, "And your mind was quiet because it had one thing to love." Your body can be that bowl. When you give your attention one place to rest, breath at the belly, the weight of the feet, the mind does not disappear. It simply stops knocking every door in the street for a while. Bring this to relationships gently. Sometimes the body says no before the mouth can. Learn the sensation of your yes and your no. Yes might feel like warmth in the chest, a lengthening in the breath. No might feel like the belly receding or the jaw preparing to brace. Practice trusting these signals for small choices. If your body says no to an extra task at 9 p.m., let your mouth say, "Tomorrow morning works better." If your body says yes to stepping outside for 5 minutes during a tense talk, say, "I'm going to catch my breath and come right back." This is not avoidance. It is respect for the wiring that carries you through the day. There is a reason so many teachings return to the earth. Sit or lie and put the back of one hand against the surface beneath you. Feel how the surface does not negotiate. It holds. Imagine touching the ground the way the Buddha did under the tree, not as a ceremony, but as a statement of belonging. The earth has carried griefs larger than yours and joys brighter than yours, and it has not shattered. Let some of that steadiness rise into your bones. Bones love to be remembered. They are the quiet structure behind your plans. When the mind insists on a verdict, good day, bad day, offer the body's report instead. I drank water. I breathed when the message stung. I stood in sunlight for 2 minutes. I softened my jaw at a red light. The report is humble and real. It is how the nervous system learns that you are making a friend of it, not using it as a mule to drag goals uphill all alone. As evening becomes night, gather a small closing ritual that uses body language more than words. Sit or lie. Smooth your sheets like you are brushing sand into soft lines. Let the tongue rest wide in the mouth. Let the eyes sink back into their soft sockets. Place one palm on the belly and one on the chest and feel which rises first. Invite the lower hand to lead for a while. Whisper one sentence a body believes. Safe enough now. If the mind argues, pat its arm and say, talk in the morning. You are not shoving it away. You are ushering it to a quieter room. Offer yourself a blessing in the language of joints and muscles. May my jaw unclench and learn trust. May my shoulders remember they are not coat racks for the world. May my belly soften and digest what is mine to digest. May my feet feel the ground and know I belong. These are not spells. They are invitations written in the alphabet your body reads. If sleep is near, slip into it like warm water. If you are awake, lie back on the shore of your breath and let the waves roll without asking you to direct them. The body knows how to stitch and mend while you do less. Give it the room and the tone and it will work. You do not need to carry a textbook to practice body wisdom. You need a hand, a breath, and the willingness to pause. You are already equipped. Tonight you have practiced scanning for ease, letting posture speak, feeding the senses, adding movement on purpose, listening for yes and no, and closing the shop with the simplest signals. This is not a new identity. It is an old friendship renewed. Rest now in that friendship. Feel the exact places where contact meets skin. Let the outbreath lengthen one last time. Somewhere inside, the body nods. Thank you for listening. You nod back. Thank you for speaking. The house is quieter for this conversation. You are too. Let the room be easy for a minute. Feel how the surface beneath you keeps its quiet promise to hold. Let your breath lengthen on the way out, like a slow wave smoothing sand. Nothing dramatic, just the body remembering that it is allowed to soften. We are going to practice a kind of wisdom that changes the texture of busy days without requiring perfect conditions. It is the wisdom of choosing well, of shaping your time and words so they serve what matters, and of setting boundaries that protect your peace without hardening your heart. Overthinking loves to live in the abstract. It asks, what is the meaning of my life, and then forgets to drink water. It wonders if everything is aligned with destiny, and then agrees to 5 extra tasks because saying no feels unsafe. Tonight we will bring meaning down to the floor, where your feet can touch it. Meaning becomes simple when you let your values choose the next small step. Values are not lofty slogans. They are the tone of how you act when no one is filming. You already have them. We will make them easier to hear. Place one hand on the chest and one on the belly. Inhale softly. Exhale longer than you inhaled. Whisper inside what matters here. Let the question be plain, like asking the time. The mind will try to answer with essays. Thank it and listen instead for a feeling of direction, the kind that makes the breath unclench by a notch. What matters might be honesty. It might be rest. It might be finishing the paragraph. It might be kindness to a tired body. If nothing arrives, you haven't failed. Breathe and choose one good enough step. Values prefer movement to rumination. Consider a scene you know too well. Your calendar looks like a wall of tiny doors, all demanding to be opened at once. Overthinking insists that safety is hidden in one more commitment. Safety, in truth, is often hidden in white space. White space is not laziness. It is oxygen. You can create it in small, non-dramatic ways. Guard a quarter hour after a meeting to let your system settle and your notes become clear. Put a soft fence around the first 10 minutes after you wake so the day cannot sprint into you before you arrive. When a request arrives, ask the body before the mouth. If your breath shrinks and your jaw hardens, that is a no asking to be spoken, or at least a not yet. You can say, I want to say yes thoughtfully, let me check and come back. You are not withholding love. You are preserving the conditions that let your love stay clean. Boundaries get confused with walls. A wall says keep out because I am afraid. A boundary says enter with me this far because I want to stay kind. You are allowed to set them in gentle language. Try a sentence like, I can give this 30 minutes today and more on Thursday, or I'm closing my laptop at 6 and I'll look again in the morning. The tone matters. You can be warm and clear at the same time. Warmth without clarity burns you out. Clarity without warmth freezes connection. Together, they let breath move between people. Your words can be a daily practice without you needing a cushion. The old teachings offered a simple filter for speech. Before you speak, ask if what you are about to say is true, if it is helpful, if the timing is right, and if your tone is kind. You do not have to pass a perfect test. You are not a court stenographer for life. You are a person who prefers to reduce suffering when possible. Try it tomorrow in one conversation. Truth keeps you from pleasing yourself into resentment. Helpfulness keeps you from cleverness that lands as cruelty. Timing keeps you from forcing medicine into a closed mouth. Tone keeps the nervous system from turning every talk into a skirmish. You will not always pass this filter. Great. Repair is part of wisdom. If you speak in a way that leaves a sting, name your part cleanly. I didn't like my tone. I care about you and I want to try again. No self-attack, no long justification. Clean naming plus a breath changes rooms. There is a story in the old books about a monk named Mlukyapada who demanded answers to questions like, is the world infinite? Does the enlightened one exist after death? The Buddha listened and asked a question. If a person is shot with an arrow, do they refuse to remove it until they know who carved it, of what wood, with what feather? The teaching was not anti-wonder. It was pro-relief. You can wonder about the big things, but when the practical arrow pricks, an email that needs a calm answer, a body that needs water, a boundary that needs speaking, pull that arrow kindly first. Many nights of overthinking are arguments with unremoved arrows. Remove one. Often the mind quiets enough to hear wonder without ache. Think of your messages. The mind wants quickness to prove worth. Your values likely want clarity and care. Before you press send, let your shoulders drop a fraction and read your words as if you loved the person they are landing on. If you are responding in heat, write and wait. A draft can carry your first wave, so your sent message carries your second. You are not suppressing yourself. You are giving your best self a head start. Devices demand a boundary because they are designed to cross them. You can install a tiny ritual at the gates. Before unlocking, rest the phone against your chest for one breath and ask, what am I here to do? If you don't have a clear answer, do one of your body's small requests instead: water, a window, a stretch, and come back when you have an intention. If you need to be inside a feed, set a gentle endpoint. When you reach it, close with one exhale and the phone face down. These are not rules to make you righteous. They are ropes on a dock so the boat of attention doesn't slam in the wind. Values can choose your schedule the way a compass chooses a path. You don't need to rewrite your life overnight. You can ask, in the next hour, which choice is more aligned with kindness, clarity, and rest? There will be hours when kindness is finishing a task for a teammate. There will be hours when kindness is leaving a message for tomorrow because your body needs to sleep. When clarity and rest disagree, use breath and situation to decide. If your body trembles with old fear, rest first. If a small action will free a day's worth of tension, act kindly and then rest. This is not perfection. It is stewardship. It helps to name the hungry places that overcommitment tries to feed. Belonging, safety, pride, love. These are beautiful hungers, and the world sells you brittle snacks for them. Applause, rush, the glow of being needed. You can feed them in sturdier ways. Belonging grows when you are honest and show up as you are. Safety grows when your body learns that you keep your word to yourself about rest. Pride grows when you finish small, real things in a steady way. Love grows when you include yourself in who you are caring for. Every boundary that protects rest is a love letter to all of this. Let's walk through a workday with these threads in hand. Morning arrives and you greet it with one breath before screens. You ask what matters here. You write one true sentence at the top of your notes, perhaps one thing at a time. You choose your square meter and begin. When pings start pecking, you pause long enough to decide if a response now is helpful or if batching them in a half hour would be kinder for your brain. At midday, you step outside or look far to rest the muscles of sight. In the afternoon, you catch yourself tightening and you lower effort by 30% without abandoning care. At the edge of evening, you close the shop with a sentence, "Safe enough now," and let yourself be a person in a room rather than a mind at a screen. Nothing here is grand. It is all what a nervous system understands. Now walk through a family scene. You are cooking or cleaning and voices rise. You feel the urge to control because mess triggers a fear older than the kitchen. Instead of clamping down or abandoning the room, you name your values silently, connection before control. You soften your face. You choose one small ask said calmly, "Can we pause for a breath and then try again?" If the answer is no, you protect your steadiness with a boundary and finish one small part of your task. Later, when the room is cooler, you repair with simple truth. "I got tight back there. Next time I want to take a breath first." In friendships, values protect you from the exhausting sport of mind reading. When an exchange feels off, you can choose clarity over stories. You say, "When I read your message, I felt confused and a little afraid. Can you help me understand?" If the other person cannot meet you yet, you use your boundary gently. "I'm here when you're ready," and you return to breathing and the life in front of you. You don't build a city out of one shadow. You let the sun move. The three frictions show up at the gate of choices too. Wanting insists this next yes will give you peace. Release loosens the hand so you can hold only what fits. Pushing away refuses discomfort by avoiding conversations or calendars. Acceptance lets discomfort sit for a breath while you speak a boundary or send a simple note. Confusion says it's all too much. Clear seeing picks one decision that would make tomorrow easier and makes only that one now. These are small moves. They bend the day. There is a story about a bandit named Agulimla who terrorized roads until he met the Buddha. The bandit ran and shouted for him to stop. The Buddha replied, "I have stopped." "You stop." The bandit was confused. The teacher explained that he had stopped harming, stopped running from himself. You can carry this into your choices. When the mind sprints toward yes without breath, you can say, "I have stopped." You stop. It is not a scold. It is an invitation for the habit to sit while the values decide. Sometimes the kindest choice is to leave a question unanswered until the ground is steady. You can say, "I will let that be unknown for a while." Overthinking calls this cowardice. Wisdom calls it timing. Seeds do not grow faster by being shouted at. Decisions do not ripen on command. If you must decide now, you breathe and choose the path that hurts least and aligns most with who you want to be. If you can wait, you let quiet do some work. Speaking of who you want to be, identity sneaks in here again in the form of duty. I am the one who never disappoints. Tonight we loosen that knot with a sentence that holds both care and truth. I want to help and I cannot hold this all. I love you and I need a night to sleep. I care about this and my body is telling me to pause. The An is a bridge over the chasm between love and limit. Walk it with a gentle step. The ones who truly love you will learn the rhythm of your bridge. The ones who do not can be met with kindness and firmer edges. Let the breath guide this in your body right now. Inhale through the nose for 4. Hold for 1. Exhale through pursed lips for 8. As if blowing a feather across a table. At the end of the breath, rest for a heartbeat, then let air return. After a few cycles, ask the quiet question again, what matters here? Answer with a small action you can do in the next minute. Stretch. Drink water. Unclench the jaw. Place a reminder for tomorrow. Kindness to the next minute is how you treat your whole life gently. It helps to create language that moves with you. You can build a sentence for saying no that your mouth trusts. Try, I appreciate the ask and I don't have the bandwidth this week. Could we revisit next month? Or, I can't join tonight. I'm keeping a quiet evening. Or, I'm not able to take this on, but here's a resource that might help. You are not required to provide a 5-paragraph essay. 2 honest lines and a warm tone are enough. Your nervous system calms when it hears your voice. Protect it with dignity. When a wave of urgency rises, check the contract you signed in your head. If it reads, I must please everyone to be safe, rewrite it to I will act by my values and let some people be disappointed. If it reads, I will finish it all tonight or I have failed, rewrite it to I will finish what fits in my honest energy and begin again tomorrow. Say the new contract quietly, then do one step that belongs to it. The body believes what you repeat and what you enact. As night comes, a simple ritual can gather these choices into a gentle end. Sit or lie with support. Write or whisper 2 lines. One choice I made today that matched my values. One place I will choose differently tomorrow and how I will help myself do it. Close your eyes and place your hand where breath feels kindest. You are not grading yourself. You are shepherding a flock of small choices toward more ease. If you are tempted to turn all this into a performance, perfect values, perfect boundaries, smile and let that go. Values are alive. They change shape as you learn. Boundaries are living fences. They move with seasons. Your job is not to get an A. Your job is to stay in conversation with the body you inhabit and the life you are making. When you forget, you repair. When you remember, you breathe and do the next kind thing. Before you sleep, invite one image to keep you company. A garden gate under evening light. On one side is noise and bright promises. On the other side is the path you actually walk. You place your hand on the latch, breathe, and enter. Inside, there are tasks and weeds and beauty. You set a watering can down by a bed of herbs. You pull 3 small weeds and leave the rest for morning. You sit on a low wall, breathe, and listen to crickets. This is a life. It is not every possibility. It is your chosen one. Boundaries made it. Values tend it. Kind breath keeps it growing. Offer yourself a closing blessing in the language of choice. May I let what matters lead. May my yes be wholehearted and my no be gentle. May my time carry the tone of kindness. May my words reduce harm, including the harm I do to myself. May I rest without argument and wake with enough courage to choose again. Let the shoulders drop one more notch. Let the jaw unhook. Feel support beneath you. The night does not need you to solve it. It wants you to belong to it. You are allowed to end the day on purpose. You are allowed to be guided by what you love. You are allowed to protect that love with boundaries that keep your heart warm. You are allowed to be human in a world that asks for machines. You can say no to the machine and yes to the breath. Rest now. The compass is inside you. Points quietly. It will be there in the morning when you touch the floor and ask the simplest question. What matters here? You will listen, choose one step, and let the next ones arrive as you walk. Let the room be simple again. Let the air meet your skin without demand. If you like, place one palm on your belly and one on your heart. Inhale gently through the nose. Exhale a little longer than you inhaled, as if you were smoothing the surface of a quiet pond. Tonight, we bring this soft strength into the space between you and the people you love, the people you work with, the people you bump into on an ordinary afternoon. Relationships are where practice becomes real. The mind can feel peaceful in a quiet room. The heart learns its true balance in the middle of conversation. Misunderstanding, gratitude, and repair. Overthinking often takes the steering wheel in relationships because connection matters so much. The mind tries to preempt pain by predicting others and rehearsing you. It builds scripts for what they will say and for what you should say and for what a perfect outcome must look like. The body reads the scripts as pressure and tightens. Tonight, we trade some of those scripts for simple moves that keep you human, kind, and clear. You will not become a saint who never stumbles. You will become a person who knows how to pause, listen, speak, and repair without turning every moment into a verdict. Begin with listening that steadies you. Listening is not waiting for your turn to talk. Listening is letting your attention land on a living being as if they were a weather pattern you are feeling on your skin. Let your eyes soften. Feel your feet. Notice the rhythm of their voice the way you would notice waves. If the mind starts composing a reply, gently label it planning and place the plan on the shelf for later. You can get it back. Right now, be a harbor. Harbors do not fix boats on approach. They offer depth and stillness so docking is possible. When it is your turn, let one breath happen before your first word. This is not a performance. It is a human-sized bridge between hearing and speaking. In that breath, touch the value that belongs here. Perhaps truth, perhaps care, perhaps clarity. Speak from that value with a simple sentence. The sentence need not be clever. Clever is sugar. Simple is bread. I felt lost when the plan changed. I want us to slow down for a second. I am willing to help and I need to know what can wait. You will be asked, by habit, by fear, by the ghost of past rooms, to prove yourself with speed. You can decline that invitation with kindness. There is a calm phrase that carries you through many doors. Let me breathe once so I can answer you well. Most people will feel the relief of that honesty. If they cannot, you still get your breath. The breath is not an ornament. It is the floor. Conflict is not the enemy of love. Hidden conflict is. We keep it hidden when we are afraid that naming a hurt will end belonging. Belonging deepens when truth is carried in a kind voice. Try this shape when something stings. Name what happened without adjectives. Name what it stirred in you. Name what would help next. You canceled twice in a row. I feel disappointed and a little unimportant. It would help to know what is actually possible for you this month. Or at work. When the deadline moved without telling the team, I felt anxious and scrambled. Next time, can we agree to a quick check-in before shifting dates? Plain, human, reparable. There will be times when someone's words land hot. The body surges. The mind sharpens its arrows. Return to 2 feet, 1 breath. Feel your soles. Let your exhale lengthen. Ask yourself 3 quiet questions before your reply. Is what I'm about to say true? Is it helpful now? Can I say it with a kind tone even if it is firm? If any answer is shaky, it is a sign you may need 1 more breath or a boundary like I want to respond carefully. I'll come back in 10 minutes. This is not avoidance. It is choosing a clean swing over a flail. Boundaries are a form of love that your nervous system understands. A boundary is a shape around your yes so it can stay sincere. You can set one without a lecture. I can talk for 20 minutes now and longer tomorrow. I'm not available for that request, but I can point you to someone who might help. I'm closing my laptop at 6 and I'll pick this up in the morning. If guilt rises, remember that guilt is often the echo of an old rule, not a sign of present wrong. Breathe, feel your feet, and repeat the boundary once, calmly. Repetition without apology teaches your system that you can be warm and firm at the same time. The 3 frictions visit every conversation. Wanting shows up as the need to be right, to be praised, to be chosen every time. Pushing away shows up as stonewalling, sarcasm, disappearance. Confusion shows up as spinning stories about what other people think while refusing to ask. The counter moves carry you back to dignity. Release lets you loosen your grip on being right so you can be close. Acceptance lets you feel a sip of discomfort instead of creating a whole mythology to avoid it. Clear seeing invites you to ask simple questions instead of building cities out of shadow. Here is a small practice for hot moments. Put your tongue on the roof of your mouth and soften the back of your jaw. This tiny shift tells old parts of the brain that the lion is not in the room. With that signal, your voice changes. Now, if you can, name one thing you agree on before naming the pain. We both care about this project, and I got scared when I felt out of the loop. Acknowledgement is not surrender. It is a hand extended so the other person can stand on ground with you. A story travels through the Zen tradition about a teacher named Hakuin. A young woman in the village became pregnant, and when her parents demanded to know the father, she named Hakuin to protect the real one. The villagers raged. Hakuin said, "Is that so?" and took the baby when it was born, caring for him without defense. Later the truth emerged. The child was reclaimed. Hakuin again said, "Is that so? You do not need to imitate the extremity of this tale, but you can borrow its spine. When you are misread or blamed in a way that does not deserve an immediate courtroom, you can breathe and say inside, 'Is that so?' and return to the next kind action. When the truth emerges, you do not need to build a statue to your innocence. You simply continue. This is not passivity. It is the refusal to burn your life defending every rumor. You act where action is needed. You let smoke be smoke. A modern scene. A message arrives. Clipped. The old habit is to read contempt into brevity. The practice is to ask for reality. I may be reading this wrong. Are you rushed or upset? If the answer is rushed, your body relaxes. If the answer is upset, you have ground to talk. Reality calms 1,000 ghosts. Another scene. You lost your patience with a child or a partner. Shame wants you to hide. Practice wants you to repair. You kneel or sit so your eyes are level. You name your part, not theirs. I didn't like how I spoke. Care about you. I'm gonna try again. Then you try again immediately. Repair is not groveling. It is housekeeping. You sweep the floor so no one trips on the grit. Jealousy and envy are loud because they point at something you care about. Belonging, recognition, love, ease. They are not crimes. They are signals. When they appear, move your attention from the other person's story back to your own values. Ask yourself what this feeling is showing you that you want more of. Time with a friend. Space to make something. A sense that your efforts matter. Then choose one small step that serves that want without harming. Send a note. Block an hour for your own project. Ask for feedback from someone who actually sees your work. When envy is met with action that honors your values, it loosens. When it is met only with scrolling and comparison, it festers. Families carry old choreography. In some rooms you become the peacemaker, in others the clown, in others the quiet one. Earlier you learned lightly worn. Use it here. When you sense a costume pulling itself onto your shoulders, touch the doorframe for one breath and whisper, "I can wear less of this today." Then try a small deviation. Ask a question you usually swallow. Let silence be 1 second longer than usual. Offer to help but include your limit. Tiny deviations stitch new dances. Workplaces reverberate with power and fear. Clarity is kindness there. Before meetings, write one sentence to yourself that names who you want to be in that room. Calm and clear, curious and concise. Then practice it with one move. Calm and clear means 2 breaths before speaking and 1 sentence at a time. Curious and concise means 1 question that opens reality and 1 line that lands your point. When you leave, write down 1 thing you did that matched who you meant to be. The brain grows where attention goes. Technology bends relationships strangely. The feed tells half stories about strangers' lives and full stories about your lacks. Give your relationships a boundary with an ordinary ritual. When you are with someone you love, place your phone face down and let both of you watch your breath for a single cycle before returning to talk. This costs seconds and buys a tone. Tone becomes memory. Memory becomes the feeling of safety between you. There is a tale you know in another form, sometimes called maybe good, maybe bad. A farmer's horse runs away. The neighbors say how unlucky. The farmer says maybe. The horse returns with two more. How lucky. Maybe. The son breaks his leg taming one. How unlucky. Maybe. The army comes to draft the young. The son stays because of his leg. How lucky. Maybe. Relationships are full of maybe. A canceled dinner feels like rejection and becomes rest you needed to avoid a cold. A hard conversation feels like a crack and becomes the doorway to a truer way of loving each other. You do not have to force optimism. You can soften certainty. Maybe is a friend of the nervous system. If grief lives in your house, let it have a chair at the table sometimes. Ask those you love how they would like their grief to be honored. Some prefer stories. Some prefer a shared silence and a hand. Some prefer movement. Your practice is not to cheer them up. It is to make room. You can say, I don't know the right words, but I want to be with you in this in a way that helps. Tell me how. Then trust their answer more than your mental movie of what helping should look like. When someone you love is anxious, your fix-it mind will try to prescribe. Often the kindest medicine is co-regulation. Breathe slow and let them hear it. Place your feet on the floor and anchor. Name one thing you both can sense, the sound of rain, the feel of the couch. If advice is needed, it will appear after the nervous systems speak to each other in breath. Many problems shrink enough for white space once bodies stop shouting. Practice offers templates for asking well. Instead of why did you say that, try what happened in you when that came up. Instead of you never, try last night when I reached out and didn't hear back, I felt alone. Can we find a better check-in rhythm? These shifts aren't grammar tricks. They change the room because they change your posture, less accusation, more contact. There will be seasons when people cannot meet you. Your work is to remain kind without self-abandonment. You can say, I love you and I'm stepping back for a while to care for myself. You can say, I'm here for conversations that move us forward, not for ones that loop in blame. You can love from a distance without performing coldness. Distance can be a boundary that keeps the door from being kicked off its hinges. Let's add a repair ritual you can do at the end of a day. Sit for 2 minutes. Name one moment of small kindness you offered in any relationship, even if it felt clumsy. Name one moment you wish to revisit. If it's alive enough to repair, choose a single sentence you will send tomorrow when the sun is up. I want to try that conversation again. I'm sorry for my tone. Can we set a time to talk? Then place that sentence on the shelf and let your body close the shop for the night. The mind will want to rehearse. Tell it the rehearsal room opens in the morning. A micro-practice for arguments that loop is called name and nest. Name the loop in the smallest words. We're both trying to be heard and getting louder. Nest the loop by placing it outside the two of you for a second. This is the loop talking. Then ask, what is one thing each of us can do differently in the next 5 minutes to change the loop? One might choose to slow their pace. The other might choose to reflect back what they heard before adding anything. Loops do not dissolve because one person wins. They dissolve because the pattern is interrupted. If your day includes caretaking, the house of love can feel like a workplace where no one clocks out. Build a closing gesture. After you tuck someone in or finish the last task, stand quietly in a doorway. Place a hand on your chest, one on your belly. Whisper, we are closed for tonight. The phrase helps your body believe it. The next morning you open again. You are not a machine that must be always on. You are a person who works better with a door. Sometimes the truest practice is to say, I don't know. I'm listening. When a friend's pain is outside your experience, that sentence keeps you close without pretending expertise. Add a small offer. I can sit with you. I can make tea. I can text you tomorrow. Follow through. Trust grows when actions match words in small ways. You will not always be fair. You will not always be generous. You will speak too quickly. You will assume, you will forget yourself. The practice is not to write a permanent biography about those moments. The practice is to return, repair, and continue. The nervous system learns this rhythm and stops using shame as its only alarm. Let's bring breath into the body again to seal this part. Inhale for 4, a quiet lift inside. Hold for 1, a soft sip. Exhale for 8 through pursed lips. At the bottom of the exhale, rest for a heartbeat. Feel your back supported. Notice the exact texture of the nearest sound. Remember one face you love and wish them a simple blessing without words. The body knows what to do with this kind of attention. It softens, it steadies, it makes room for others. Before we end, picture a small table near the door of your day. On it sits a bowl. Each time you cross a threshold tomorrow, into a meeting, into a kitchen, into a call, imagine placing one pebble of kindness into that bowl. A tone, a pause, a gentle boundary, a clear ask, a clean repair. By evening, the bowl will hold the shape of a day lived in relationship with care. You will forget sometimes. When you remember, place another pebble. The bowl doesn't need to be full to be beautiful. Offer yourself a closing blessing that includes all the people you will touch. May I listen with a steady heart. May I speak with clarity and warmth. May I set boundaries that protect what is tender. May I repair quickly and let grudges find rest. May the spaces between us become places where breathing is easier. Feel the words as temperature more than poetry. Then let them fade back into quiet. If sleep is already reaching, let it take you. If you are awake, rest in the gentle truth that you are learning to love in ordinary ways, breath by breath, sentence by sentence. The old choreographies will still tug. The new ones will grow. You do not need to be perfect to be a sanctuary for yourself and others. You only need to keep returning to the simple moves. Arrive, soften, allow, listen, breathe, speak, repair, rest, begin again. This is how a life changes its tone without explosions. How a home becomes easier to live in. How a heart becomes a harbor that other hearts trust. Your breath is steady. The room is enough. The night holds you both. Let go into it. Let the night meet you as you are. Maybe your mind feels like a room with many doors ajar, each one leaking light. Maybe it is a quiet hallway. Either way, you do not need to close every door to rest. You only need to sit down in the middle and feel the floor beneath you. Take one slow breath in and let a longer one leave. If your shoulders want to fall a notch, let them. If your jaw wants to soften, let it. We are going to befriend uncertainty tonight, the favorite food of overthinking, and learn how to stand with it in a way that makes you steadier, not smaller. Uncertainty is not a mistake you made. It is the fabric of tomorrow. Minds try to iron that fabric flat. They plan, predict, rehearse, bargain, demand. Some of that is useful, most is exhausting. Your practice is to trade control for capacity, anxiety for intimacy with this moment. Control says I must know. Capacity says I can meet what arrives. Anxiety says I cannot rest until the future kneels. Intimacy says I can breathe with what is here and move one step cleanly. Place one hand on your chest and one on your belly. Inhale for 4, hold lightly for 1, and exhale for 8 through pursed lips as if cooling tea. On the exhale, whisper inside, here. Do that 3 times. You are teaching your nervous system a simple truth. Presence is more nourishing than prophecy. Prophecies change nothing. Presence changes everything you touch. Overthinking loves to write a story before the facts arrive. It will happily cast everyone, choose a soundtrack, and film the ending by midnight. Try a tiny tool called the Maybe Map. When you notice the mind sprinting toward a single conclusion, say softly, maybe, and name 3 other possibilities, including one kinder than your habit. Message delay could mean anger, overwork, or nothing at all. The body loosens a fraction when it learns that reality is wider than one fear. Maybe is not indecision. Maybe is honesty about what you do not know yet. You can partner this with a practice that I call 5 breaths 5 minutes. When uncertainty spikes, give yourself 5 slow breaths first, then ask what matters in the next 5 minutes only. 5 breaths to soften the surge, 5 minutes to shrink the field. Overthinking starves when the field shrinks to a human scale. You are not abandoning the future. You are meeting the small square of time that actually contains your power. There is an old forest teacher story I love to keep near. A monk once held up a drinking glass and said, "Look closely. I see this glass as already broken, not in despair but in understanding. Because I know its nature, I can enjoy it fully while it is here, and when it falls, I am not shocked." Uncertainty becomes less terrifying when you stop treating change as a theft and start treating it as the weather of things. This moment is perfect in the way a wave is perfect. It moves. You can ride it better when you remember that moving is not a failure. Let's bring that into a modern scene. You're waiting for test results, a reply, a decision above your pay grade. The old habit is to tether your peace to the outcome. The practice is to tether your peace to your values. 2 feet, 1 breath. Name what matters now. Kindness to the body. Clarity about the next honest step. A sentence you can send without self-betrayal. You do those, and then you do not negotiate with the wind. If your mind insists on rehearsing, give it a job that serves you. Write a simple plan A and plan B in 2 lines each. Then put the paper on a shelf and return to the breath and the room. Plans belong on paper more than in the jaw. Uncertainty often ignites the 3 frictions at once. Wanting demands a guaranteed outcome. Pushing away refuses to feel suspense. Confusion claims that if you do not know, you are nothing. Your countermoves are small and repeatable. Release is loosening your grip on the single story. Acceptance is breathing 1 sip of suspense without turning it into a verdict. Clear seeing is naming the 1 step that belongs to you and the many that do not. Say it plain inside, mine, not mine. Then act on the first and set the second on the shelf labeled later. Your body already knows how to stand in weather. Give it a posture cue. If seated, let your back rise as if a string were gently drawing the crown of your head toward a quiet star. If lying down, let the weight of your torso spread as though warm water were filling the space beneath you. In both cases, invite your eyes to rest softer in their sockets, the tongue to widen at the floor of the mouth. These small physical invitations are how you say to your ancient wiring, "The lion is not in the room. We can wait without war." A micro-practice for futures that feel jagged is called the 2 ledgers. On a small card, draw a line down the middle. On the left, write things I cannot know yet. On the right, write things I can choose today. Fill each with 2 or 3 items. The left might say their decision, the market, the weather. The right might say tone of my message, water and a walk, 1 square meter moved forward. Then fold the card and put it somewhere your hand will touch. Touch teaches your nervous system faster than thought. When the mind tries to steal the left column back into your jaw, place the card under your palm and breathe once. The division is a kindness, not a court order. It returns your power to your hands. Fear of uncertainty often shows up at night as arithmetic of dread. The mind adds numbers that are not related. A late email plus a tired body equals a catastrophe by morning. Instead, try the 90-second wave. When fear rises, set a gentle timer for 1.5 minutes. Do nothing but feel the body sensation of fear while breathing in for 4 and out for 6. Name where it lives. Chest heat, belly flutter, throat tight. When the timer ends, take one practical step that honors the fear without obeying its every demand. Write a single question you will ask tomorrow. Fill a glass of water and set it by your bed. Move one meeting that truly needs air. Fear likes to be felt and given a small action. Calms when you do both. Here is a scene from ordinary life. Your child or your parent or your friend is late. Stories sprint. You apply your new tools. Maybe 5 breaths, 5 minutes, 2 ledgers, then a single text that is kind and clear. Checking on you. Are you safe? When you receive reality, you meet it. If reality brings repair, you repair. If reality brings relief, you exhale and let your shoulders drop. You did not spend an hour paying interest on a loan you did not owe. Uncertainty also visits as creative block. The blank page proves nothing about your worth. It is only a page that has not been touched yet. The practice here is called begin with a bowl. Place a literal bowl on your desk or imagine one. For the next 10 minutes, your only task is to put 5 small pebbles in the bowl. Each pebble is a sentence, a chord, a sketch line, a line of code.
No yayin.
5 pebbles. When they're in, stand, stretch, and decide whether to place 5 more or to leave the bowl for tomorrow. Beginnings are often the hardest because they require you to act without guarantees. Pebbles lower the bar to human size. The mind quiets when the body is allowed to begin without a verdict. Identity tightens during uncertainty. The fixer grabs. The achiever presses. The peacemaker makes promises their body cannot keep. Bring back lightly worn. Leader, lightly worn. Parent, lightly worn. Helper, lightly worn. Whispering lightly worn loosens the straps. Then add for now to any sentence that pretends forever. I am always the one who handles this for now. The words open a window. Air returns. Let us borrow another pocket story. 2 farmers looked at the same river in flood. One cursed the water for ruining his plan. The other walked the bank to see where new silt would rest when the water receded. Both were wet. Only one made a friend of change. You do not have to celebrate every flood. You are invited to look for where it leaves something useful behind. Ask quietly, when this tide shifts, what will be easier to plant? Sometimes the answer is sleep. Sometimes it is a boundary. Sometimes it is a different way of working that you would not have considered if the old road hadn't closed for repairs. When news cycling makes your nervous system crackle, practice the boundary of one trusted source, one grounding act. Read one update from a reliable place. Then do one act in your room that calms your body. Windows, water, walk. The world is not better served by a fried mind. Uncertainty on the planet is real. Your steadiness is not denial. It is how you aim your care. We can build a weekly ritual for uncertainty called a Sabbath hour for nerves. Choose 1 hour on a predictable day. In that hour, you refuse to solve tomorrow. You turn off the tiny, glowing rectangles if you can. You let your body do something rhythmical and plain. Sweep, chop vegetables, fold laundry slowly. Sit by a window with tea and listen to rain sounds if rain is not present. When your mind brings a petition labeled urgent, you place it on the shelf for 1 hour with a gentle, "Not now, dear one. I am keeping a promise to breathe." The promise is not a rule. It is a rope you can hold while the river is high. Let your language help. Should tightens around uncertainty. Could and choose return movement. Replace I should already know with I could not know this yet and I choose one small way to prepare. Replace I should be calm by now with I could wish to be calm and I choose to breathe and lower effort by 30%. The nervous system hears the difference between a court order and a kind direction. A quiet practice that steadies many people is the weather report. When you feel yourself bracing, give a 2-sentence weather report aloud if alone or inside if not. Weather in the body: scattered tension, jaw partly cloudy, belly wind. Forecast: 5 slow breaths and a walk around the room. Weather reports are not drama. They are contact with reality. Contact turns panic into a task. You can deepen this with a posture called stone and river. Sit or lie and imagine part of you as a stone at the bottom of a stream, cool and steady. Imagine part of you as water moving past, feeling everything but not breaking. Inhale as river, exhale as stone. After 5 breaths, switch. Inhale as stone, exhale as river. The image is simple. It teaches your system that steadiness and flow can live in one body. Uncertainty in relationships often plays as mind reading. The medicine is a sentence that asks without accusation. When I read your message, I felt a little anxious. What did you mean? Or, I notice a story starting in me that you're upset. Is that real? You do not need to be elegant. You need to be plain and warm. Reality is kinder than 100 imagined verdicts. If the future you're facing includes grief, the work is gentler and braver. You are not asked to welcome loss. You are asked to let it be a weather system that is allowed to move. When waves rise, feel your feet. Place a warm palm somewhere that wants it. Take sips of feeling and sips of room. When the mind adds timelines, by now I should be over this, bow to the timeline and let it pass through the open door we built earlier. Grief keeps time differently than minds do. Trust the body's calendar more than the critics. It will ask for movement one day, stillness the next. You can listen. Tonight, build a bedside ritual for uncertainty called the Unknown's Bowl. Place a small bowl or imagine one near where you sleep. Before bed, whisper 3 unknowns into the bowl. You do not need fancy words. Will the meeting go well? Will my body settle? Will they understand me? After the 3rd, touch your chest and say, I will let you hold these for the night. Then close your eyes and breathe for 6 slow cycles. If the mind returns to pull the unknowns back out, place your hand over the bowl again and repeat, you hold these while I rest. The bowl is symbolic and real. Symbols speak the body's language elegantly. Return to the 3 inner powers you've been practicing. Compassion softens the tone that scolds you for not controlling the sky. Clear seeing names what is actually on the table. Letting go loosens your fingers around the one story that is strangling your breath. In the presence of uncertainty, these 3 are a braid. When one strand frays, the others hold. Let's rehearse tomorrow lightly. Picture one moment that usually hooks you. The unreturned message, the unplanned request, the late train. See yourself feel your feet. Take one slow exhale and ask a single good question. You might use the maybe map for 10 seconds. You might write the 2 ledgers on the back of an envelope. You might send one clear sentence and return to your square meter. Your victory tomorrow is not dramatic. It is that you land in your body and choose from there. If sleep is near, let it come as it wants. If you are awake, rest in the quality that will carry you better than any plan. Equanimity. Not a frozen lake, not a shrug. Equanimity is warmth plus poise. It is a hand that feels the temperature of the moment and holds its shape. You can practice it with a quiet phrase on the exhale. May I be steady with what I cannot change tonight. Or steady and kind. Say it 3 times in your own way. Offer a closing blessing to the parts of you that worry for a living. Thank you for your vigilance. I am here now. May you rest at my feet while I sleep. Offer a blessing to the unknowns in your bowl. May you ripen in time, and may I meet you with a calm heart when you arrive. Offer a blessing to the ones you love who are also navigating whether you cannot feel. May we all be steady enough to choose kindness and clear enough to take the next honest step. Feel the surface beneath you one more time. Inhale softly. Exhale a little longer. The doors in the hallway of your mind can stay ajar. You are in the middle, breathing. The floor holds. The night is wide. You belong here. Let evening arrive all the way. Let it come into the corners of the room and into the small spaces between your thoughts. Give yourself permission to move slowly now, slower than the day asks. The nervous system learns from pace. When you unhurriedly set down one thing and pick up the next, the body hears a message older than language. You are safe enough to soften. If it feels good, dim one light or turn one light off. If that is not possible, lower your gaze and let the eyes rest in the middle distance. Even this small shift is a kindness. The eyes are often the first to grip and the last to release. When they soften, the mind follows. We will craft an evening wind down that you can return to night after night, flexible enough to fit real life, sturdy enough to help you land. Think of it as laying out a path of small stones from the door of your day to the quiet shore of sleep. There is nothing rigid about it. If you step on 2 stones and then drift into the lake of rest, wonderful. If you walk the whole path and remain awake, you have still given your body a gift, a sequence it can trust. Begin with a threshold. Stand or sit at the edge of your bed or the edge of a chair and take one deliberate exhale through pursed lips, as if cooling soup. On that breath, say inwardly, we are closed for tonight. You are not closing the world forever. You are simply hanging a sign on the shop so your system stops listening for customers. Next, offer the body a simple shape it understands. If lying down, allow your heels to be heavy and your toes to fall outward. Let your hands rest with palms warm against the fabric, fingers gently curled. If seated, let your spine rise as if a quiet string were attached to the crown of your head, while your shoulders drop toward the ground by a few grains. Imagine your jawbone hanging from its hinges like a small door that can swing without effort. Now a breath ladder. Inhale for 4 counts, hold for 1 like a soft sip, exhale for 6. After 3 rounds, if it feels right, climb 1 rung and exhale for 8. Let the exhale do most of the work tonight. The long out-breath is a letter to the ancient parts of you that once scanned the dark for danger. The letter says, no lion in the room, only blankets and breath. We will rotate attention through the body, not as an exam but as a lullaby. Place your awareness at the forehead. Imagine a cool, wide sky there. On the exhale, the clouds thin. Move to the brow and the small muscles around the eyes. Let them slide back and down like warm wax softening. Notice the space behind the eyes. Imagine those soft grapes settling in their bowls. The cheeks loosen. The tongue widens in the floor of the mouth. The lips meet lightly like 2 friends in easy conversation. Let awareness drop into the shoulders. They have tried to be coat racks for the world. On the next exhale, allow them to descend a finger's width. Upper arms, elbows, forearms, wrists, palms, fingers. If a finger twitches, good, your body is releasing electricity. Let it. There is nothing to hold on to here. Chest and ribs now. Place 1 palm there if it feels kind. Feel the gentle widening on the in-breath, the settling on the out. If the heart feels busy, you do not scold it. You host it. You might whisper inwardly, I'm with you. Belly next. Invite it to be round enough to welcome air. This is not a display shelf tonight. It is a home for breath. Let the belly rise a little on the inhale, soften on the exhale. If emotion lives here, Offer it one sip of space and one sip of the room beyond your skin. Both at once. The body understands that balance. Move attention to the pelvis and hips, those honest archivists of the day. If you sense holding, don't pry. Lay a warm cloth of awareness over the muscles and weight. Thighs, knees, calves, ankles. Heels heavy. Soles spreading. Toes like small boats that no longer need to row. From crown to toes, you have said goodnight without a single argument. If thoughts arrive with luggage, we will create a place to set bags down. Imagine a low wooden table beside you. Place one thought on it, the one that keeps circling. See its edges. Feel its weight in your hand. Set it on the table and say, later. Pick up a second if you must. Set it down, later. If a third appears, you can offer it a seat on the floor. The table is not a trash can. It is a promise. These will be here in the morning, and your rested mind will be kinder and more accurate with them. Let's offer your senses a soft occupation. Listen outward. Find the farthest sound, then the nearest sound, then the silence between. Listening like this takes the spotlight off the stage in your head and turns on the house lights in the room. You are here, not in the museum of predictions. We will blend story into rest because story can walk the mind to quiet. There is a moment, told in gentle ways, when the young Siddhartha sat exhausted under a tree before he was called Buddha. He had tried extremes, harshness to the body, theories in the mind, and found no peace. A village woman named Sujata saw him and, not knowing who he was, offered a bowl of warm milk rice. He accepted. Nourishment, not punishment. Balance, not extremes. Later, after resting, he returned to the breath and to the ground, and wisdom gathered like birds to a calm branch. You do not need to become a statue. You can be Sujata and Siddhartha to yourself tonight. Offer nourishment, accept it, and rest on purpose. In this spirit, check if you need one small kindness before you fully lie down. A sip of water, a stretch of the side ribs, a blanket over the feet. Then return. If you wake later in the night, we will not wage war with wakefulness. We will practice the middle way of insomnia. Place one hand on your belly. Count 5 breaths, saying down on the exhale. Then move your hand to your heart and count 5 more, saying warm on the inhale. Down. Warm. 10 breaths is long enough to invite drowsiness without demanding it. If sleep returns, greet it like a friend who lets themselves in with a key. If wakefulness stays, you are still resting. You are lying on the shore of your breath while the waves roll. Rest is not failure because sleep did not arrive on command. Rest is a form of medicine on its own. We can plant a small garden of phrases for middle-of-the-night minds. Nothing to figure out now. Morning light decides. I can be awake and still be at peace. Choose one. Pair it with the breath. Repeat for a minute. These sentences are not spells. They are temperatures. They warm the room within so the nervous system loosens its coat. Sometimes the body carries little tremors after a bright day. Screens, voices, headlines. Give the tremor a path out. Without moving much, press your heels into the bed for 2 seconds and release. Press your fingers into the mattress for 2 seconds and release. Let a soft hum ride the next exhale, barely audible, a bee behind the lips. Sound vibrates the throat and tells ancient pathways that song is possible. Therefore, danger is low. Let's widen the frame with gratitude, not as performance, but as posture. Name 3 ordinary things from the day that do not need to be extraordinary to matter. The sunlight on the wall, the taste of plain water, a sentence you wrote and meant. If the mind refuses 3, choose one. Gratitude becomes realistic when it does not try to prove anything. It simply lights a small lamp inside a real room. Now we will meet the 3 frictions in the landscape of night and offer their countermoves. Wanting at night says, I must sleep now to function tomorrow. The grip tightens. Sleep slips. Release answers, I will rest and let sleep find me. If it does not, I will move gently tomorrow and still be kind. Pushing away says, I cannot feel this discomfort. Acceptance replies, I can feel a sip of restlessness and still be safe. Clear seeing shrinks confusion by naming one helpful thing to do right now. Continue the breath ladder, relax the eyes, listen to far sounds, and leaving the rest to morning. Remember, you are not taking a test. You are meeting a night. We will build a little house for dreams, whether you remember them or not. Imagine a small candle in a clay dish on a windowsill within. On the inhale, the flame brightens a shade. On the exhale, it steadies. The window looks out on a quiet path. If you'd like, place something dear on the sill. A stone from a walk, a seashell from childhood, the memory of a laugh. This is not fantasy. This is your nervous system receiving a signal that you are allowed to set your inner room in order. Identity can tighten even as you sleep. The achiever tries to optimize, the fixer wants to solve. Tonight, loosen with 2 gentle clauses. I care deeply, and I am off duty. I love well, and I am off duty. Whisper them once. Let the words dry on the tongue like a sip of warm tea. If a worry breaks in with urgency, give it a paper and pen in your mind. 1 line, not a page. The heading for tomorrow's first honest step. Write it plainly, email Sam, pay bill, call doctor, ask for help with Wednesday. Fold the paper. Slide it under the table you made earlier. Touch the tabletop with your palm and return to breath. Ritual is how the body believes you when you say, later. We will try a final sequence called the 4 doors. Door 1 is breath. In for 4, out for 6 or 8. Door 2 is body. Soften the eyes, release the jaw, heavy the limbs. Door 3 is sound. Far, near, silence. Door 4 is kindness. 1 sentence in a warm tone. I am with you. You do not need to knock on all 4. Choose the door that opens tonight. If it sticks, do not force it. Try another. The point is not mastery. The point is entry. Before we settle fully, consider the simple nourishment Sujata offered. Perhaps you are someone who withholds small comforts because you think endurance is nobler. Endurance has its place. So does milk rice, whatever your modern version is, brushing your teeth slowly, slipping on soft socks, placing a glass of water within reach. Accepting these does not make you fragile. It makes you honest about what bodies need to feel safe. If grief is present as you lie down, you do not need to exile it from the bed. Make space beside you. Place a hand on your chest and say, you can be here. I'm going to breathe and let you rest too. Then place a hand on your belly and count 5 slow breaths. Grief and breath can share a room. When the body believes that sleep sometimes returns through the side door, should your mind pull you toward a glowing screen, set a gentle boundary rather than a fight. You can say, I want to be soothed, and a screen will churn me. I will choose sound or darkness instead. If sound helps, a steady fan or rain will do. If darkness helps, feel the darkness as a soft fabric over the room, not as a void. The body responds to metaphor. It is how you write letters to your own nerves. Let us end this part by sealing the practice with a blessing that can travel through sleep and into morning. May this body feel safe enough to loosen its grip. May this mind rest its oars and let the current hold it for a while. May the night stitch what the day unraveled. May I wake with gentleness, not judgment, and touch the floor with a single breath before the world speaks. Take 3 more rounds of the breath ladder. In for 4, out for 6. Then in for 4, out for 8. Then 1 ordinary breath without counting. Ordinary is enough. Feel the exact places where your body meets support. Trust that support for a few seconds longer than usual. If sleep comes, let it take you without a ceremony. If wakefulness lingers, continue to rest. You are not falling behind. You are arriving. The candle on the inner sill is steady. The table holds your papers. The bowl of milk rice has been accepted. Somewhere in the distance, a night bird calls. You do not need to name it. You are the one who can listen without effort now. When you are ready, either to drift or to turn the pillow and settle deeper, place your hand on your heart and say softly, "Safe enough now." Then let your hand fall back to the sheets. The harbor light stays on whether you watch it or not. The tide will keep its promise. Let yourself arrive again, the way dusk arrives, quiet, gradual, sure of its own pace. Feel where your body touches the bed or chair. Let the breath wander in and out without orders. If your jaw wants to soften, let it. If the eyes want to rest heavier in their sockets, let them. Tonight we gather the threads you've been weaving: compassion, clear seeing, letting go, and stitch them into a way of living that doesn't depend on perfect conditions. You are learning a path you can walk in offices and kitchens, in lines and living rooms, on good days and on the kinds of days that seem to forget their manners. Imagine this whole practice as a cord you make yourself. Each small moment is a bead you slide on the cord. The beads are not fancy. One breath at a door. One clear sentence in a tense room. One refusal to pick up the second arrow. When the cord is long enough, you can run it lightly through your fingers anytime. It does not need a ceremony. It needs only a remembering hand. Let's begin with a morning you may meet soon. You wake. A part of you wants to sprint to the glowing world. Another part remembers the path. Feet on the floor, one slow inhale and a longer exhale. You whisper a sentence that fits your day, something you can believe. One thing at a time, or I can move at the speed of my breath. You walk to the sink and feel cool water travel over your hands. The mind offers you a list. You nod and place it on the table within for later. This is not resistance. It is rhythm. Rhythm is how bodies trust you. Carry this rhythm into the first work of the day. The calendar looks like a crowded street. Overthinking wants to be traffic control for the whole city. Your practice walks one block. You choose your square meter and pour your attention into it for 10 human minutes. You breathe out like cooling soup when pings peck the window. When you stand to stretch, you let your eyes look far to loosen the tiny muscles that tighten during thinking. None of this is glamorous. It is solid. Solid is what carries you when storms come. When storms do come, they almost always involve people. We have practiced honest listening and clean repair. Now we add something simple and surprising, a little more room around interpretations. There is an old river story used in Zen circles about an empty boat. A person paddles across fog and is bumped hard by a boat. Anger rises until they see the boat is empty. The anger has nowhere to land. The teaching is not to pretend people are empty. It is to notice how quickly the mind adds an intention to every bump. Tomorrow, when a message feels sharp or a face looks distant, you can say inside, "Empty boat for one breath." You are not excusing harm. You are opening a fraction more space before you react. In that space, the tone of your reply changes. You have learned to greet the three frictions: wanting, pushing away, confusion, with release, acceptance, and clear seeing. Integration means you do this while the movie is playing, not after the credits. You are in the grocery line and a price mismatch slows the cashier. Wanting says hurry. Pushing away says scroll. Confusion says, what am I even doing today? You return to your feet, exhale longer than you inhaled, and name 3 colors in the scene. Release, acceptance, clear seeing. You are not proving virtue to the world. You are protecting your nervous system from turning ordinary moments into battlegrounds. There is a story I carry for days like this. In a temple yard, A heavy bell hangs silent until the wind rises. No one needs to yank the rope. The bell waits for conditions. When wind arrives, the bell sings. Your practice is like this. You do not need to force wisdom to ring by shouting at yourself. You arrange conditions, breath, posture, kind tone, and the sound appears. Some days it is a soft chime. Some days it is silent, and that too is a sound the body learns. When conditions are kind, actions become kinder without a struggle. Integration also means giving your environment a vote. Place small reminders where your hands will touch them. A sticky note on a screen corner that says one thing at a time. A stone in your pocket that says remember your breath when your fingers find it. A glass of water on the desk before you open the first tab. You are not weak for needing cues. You are human in a world designed to dissolve attention. Your cues are ropes tied to the dock. The mind will try to convert this path into a new perfection. Smile when it does and loosen one notch. A path is not a performance. It is a repeated friendliness. There will be days you forget every tool until bedtime. Good. At bedtime you remember one, whisper safe enough now, and touch the bowl of unknowns by your bed. The next morning, the cord is still there waiting for your fingers. Consider your week as a living thing. Some days are hungry for output. Some are thirsty for quiet. Integration is asking what would make this kinder by an inch and then actually doing that inch. If a stacked day frightens your body, you put 2 inches of white space after the meeting you expect will hum. If the week threatens to be one long screen, you choose one walk with a sky. If the house is loud with needs, you add a doorway breath and a hand on your chest before you answer, not as delay, but as protection for the tone that leaves your mouth. Make generosity practical. In the teachings, generosity is not only coins. It is also attention, patience, and letting others be as they are for a minute. A generous day might mean offering someone the benefit of the doubt when their boat bumps you. It might mean offering silence where you would have offered advice. It might mean offering your future self a clean sink or a note that says, "I stacked the morning in your favor." Generosity changes the temperature of rooms without anyone naming why. If you work with many people, create a small ritual that sets the tone without announcement. Before a meeting starts, breathe, soften your face, and write at the top of your notes, "Listen to understand." Let your posture be an invitation, the upright spine with the easy shoulders. When conflict arrives, you already know the questions. Is it true? Is it helpful now? Can I say it kindly? If not now, you say so. If yes, you say it with one sentence and a breath after. This is not softness as avoidance. This is steadiness as skill. On days when your body murmurs its own weather, a sore place, a low hum, integrate by asking what is needed now rather than what will fix everything forever. Needed now could be water, light, a walk to the end of the hall, 15 minutes off your feet, 2 minutes of humming. Your body is a partner in this practice, not a tool you whip toward results. Partnership is slower and more loyal. Slower is often faster by evening. You do not need to hide your practice from your life. Fold it into the smallest tasks. When you write an email, let your exhale finish before you press send. When you buy something online, breathe and ask useful now. When you reach for a snack, ask am I hungry, thirsty, tired, or bored, and meet what is actually present. These are not moral tests. They are doors that open to a room with more air. There is a gentle teaching often summarized as be a lamp unto yourself. In the context of your life, that lamp is a tone you carry, a self-trust that grows because you keep meeting moments with the 3 inner powers. When you cannot find the lamp, you don't panic. You borrow someone else's for a minute. A sentence from a friend, a memory of kindness, the cadence of your own wiser voice recorded for yourself. Then you set the borrowed lamp down and light your own again with a single honest breath. Identity will want to creep back in tight clothes as you grow. I am the calm one now. I am the wise one now. You know what to do. Lightly worn. You can walk into a hard room as the one who breathes and listens without announcing yourself as a statue. Statues are heavy. You are alive. Aliveness makes mistakes and knows how to repair. That is the kind of leader your nervous system trusts, a human one. Try a small integration ritual for transitions that matter. Before you enter your home from work, touch the doorknob and let the exhale lengthen. Whisper, I can be who I am here. Before you begin a creative task, place an imaginary bowl on the table and drop in 5 pebbles. 5 small starts, and see if the bowl wants 5 more. Before a difficult call, write a single sentence that names your value in that call, clarity with warmth, and read it once before you dial. You are not summoning magic. You are orienting a compass. If you are in a season of grief, illness, or change, integration means reducing the size of your promises and increasing the tenderness of your tone. Your practice becomes narrower and deeper. You may spend the day returning to one anchor, the soles of the feet, the hand on the heart, and measuring success by how kindly you meet yourself. The world still turns. You are allowed to scale the path to your energy and still call it practice because it is. Technology asks for integration or it will happily swallow the cord you've been making. Choose 1 hour this week that is your Sabbath hour for nerves. During that hour, you refuse to refresh futures. You let your body do something rhythmical. Chop, sweep, fold, walk, and you keep promises to breathe. When petitions arrive at the door of your mind labeled urgent, you acknowledge them and place them on the shelf for this hour. The petitions will still be petitions later. You will be steadier. There will be moments when you act out of habit and only remember later. This does not cancel anything. Later is still a good time to remember. You can sit with your tea and review without a whip. Today there was a moment at noon when I hurried past my breath. Next time I'll pause at the door. You are not writing an indictment. You are writing a field note that helps tomorrow's you walk with less gravel in their shoe. Bring everything home again to the body, because the body is where integration stops being an idea. Let your shoulders drop a notch. Let the face relax even more than that. Feel the breath like a tide. The belly rises a little, falls a little. If your mind wants to find a verdict for this day, offer the body's report instead. I drank water. I breathed when the message stung. I set one thing down when my hands were too full. That report is accurate and kind. It teaches your system to trust you on days when the outer world refuses to grade on kindness. There is one more small story to tuck into your pocket for busy seasons. A monk asked his teacher, "How do I practice when life is loud?" The teacher handed him a broom. Sweep one small square until it is enough. Then another. The monk said, "Which square should I choose first?" The teacher said, "The one under your feet." Integration lives under your feet. You find it not by thinking about practice, but by practicing inside the square you are standing on. Before we close tonight, imagine the week ahead as a garden path. It is not immaculate. There are stones and weeds and wildflowers. See yourself walking it with the cord of small practices in your hand. A breath at a doorway, a kind tone in a tricky room, a clear ask where you once would have hidden, a boundary that protects your warmth, a release where control would have broken your grip, a repair spoken simply. The path is not somewhere else. It is the one you walk between your bed and your kitchen, your car and your desk, your screen and your window. Every step you take with awareness lays another stone you can trust. Let your breath lengthen on the way out. Feel the exact places where your body is supported. If you are drifting, you can let sleep catch you mid-sentence. If you are awake, rest is still here. Rest is your ally, not a prize you win. You have enough threads in your hands to carry you into tomorrow. You will not use them perfectly, You will use them honestly more often than before. That is how tone changes a life. Offer yourself a quiet blessing that suits integration. May I remember one small thing when I forget the rest. May I choose the square under my feet. May I keep my cord where my fingers can find it. May I be gentle and steady and willing to begin again. Breathe once more, a little slower than usual. The lamp you carry does not need tending every minute to stay lit. It knows its work. It will be there when morning asks for it. For now, you can place the cord on the bedside table and turn toward the sleep that knows how to repair what thinking cannot. Let this last part arrive like the hush after rain. You have walked a long, gentle path. You have breathed with care when the mind ran. You have let the body teach you how to soften. You have spoken to yourself in a new tone and watched rooms change their temperature because of it. You have practiced clear seeing instead of staring, letting go instead of gripping, compassion instead of the courtroom. You have made a harbor where boats once feared the shore. Tonight we do not add much. We gather what is true and carry it to the door of sleep and to the soft doorway of tomorrow. Feel where you are supported right now. The chair, the bed, the floor, the quiet architecture of the earth underneath everything. Let one breath fall out of you a fraction longer than it arrived, as if setting down the last tool of the day. If a part of you still wants to do one more thing, you can place that part in a comfortable chair within reach and tell it gently, "We will do more when the sun is up." Tonight we practice another kind of work, the work of allowing repair. Think back, not as a test, but as a warm light passing over the rooms we visited. There was the porch after rain where we learned to arrive. There was the harbor and lighthouse that taught steadiness without force. There was the raft set down when the crossing was done. There was the bowl on the table that held what you could not carry into the night. There was the coat rack by the door of your day, the paper masks on the table, the open inner door that let air move through the house of thought. There was the small stone path across the week, each stone a breath or a sentence or a kind boundary. And there was your body, loyal in its language, softening when it was believed. You do not have to remember every step. Your nervous system remembers that you practiced. Let your eyes rest heavier even if they are open. Let your jaw hang from its hinges without argument. Place a palm where breath is easy to feel. Perhaps the belly rises first, perhaps the chest. Whisper inside, "Nothing to prove." Let the words land like a shawl over your shoulders. If emotion rises now, relief, sadness, gratitude, let it be as weather on a large field. You are the field, not the weather. Feel the breeze of breath traveling that space. You have met the three frictions many times, wanting, pushing away, confusion, and learned their countermoves like simple dances you can do in a kitchen. Release, acceptance, clear seeing. The dances do not need music to work. They work in lines and email threads, in traffic and on pillows. Wanting grips, you loosen your hand a little. Pushing away flinches. You feel a sip and widen your attention to include the room. Confusion fogs, you name the next honest step and do only that for a few minutes. This is the choreography of a day lived kindly. You will forget sometimes. Forgetting is one step in the dance. You will remember. Remembering is the next. If it helps, imagine tomorrow's door already in view. It is simple wood with a well-worn handle. On the inside of the door, your cord of small practices hangs, ready for your fingers to find. On the table near the door sits your bowl of unknowns, and beside it a small card with 2 columns. What is not mine to know yet, what I can choose today. In the corner is the coat rack with the rolls you wear lightly. The lamp you lit by listening is steady, not bright in a way that strains the eyes, but warm in a way that helps you see your hands and the faces you love. Before sleep, we stitch a blessing through these rooms, a slow thread that doesn't ask to be perfect. Begin with the body. May this body be safe enough to soften. May the jaw unhook, the eyes rest back, the belly rise and fall without being graded. May the shoulders remember they are not hangers for the world. May the breath lengthen by a thread when the world tilts. May tired places be met with warmth instead of war. Feel each sentence as sensation more than thought, like sunlight you turn toward. Continue to the mind. May this mind be spoken to in a tone that is firm without cruelty, gentle without abandoning what matters. May it practice maybe when certainty is not available. May it place what it cannot carry on the table and trust that morning light decides. May it remember that presence changes everything it touches more reliably than prophecy. May it feel the relief of enough. Turn to the heart. May this heart be brave enough to feel, wise enough to rest, humble enough to repair. May it loosen its grip on being right when closeness is what it truly wants. May it widen for grief without drowning, and widen for joy without clutching. May it grow the simple courage to ask what happened in you when, and the simple grace to say, I didn't like my tone, I want to try again. Now the day itself. May the thresholds between things become places where one breath belongs. May the first minutes of morning arrive without screens, with water and one true sentence. May work become 1 square meter at a time, with eyes that look far and hands that pause before sending. May meetings be rooms where your spine can rise and your voice can stay kind. May driving and lines become found time. May kitchens be temples of ordinary attention. May doorways be bells that ring you back. May evenings close on purpose, for the people who share your days. May those you love feel the steadiness you are practicing, not because you announce it but because your tone has changed. May your boundaries protect your warmth. May your questions open reality instead of building shadow. May you breathe slow when another body needs co-regulation more than advice. May repair become housekeeping you do promptly and without drama. May your yes be wholehearted, your no be gentle, and both be trustworthy. For the world that hums beyond your rooms. May your care be clear and aimed, not swallowed by churn. May you read one trusted source and then return to the square under your feet. May you be a lamplight in your circles, not by grand speeches but by the way you listen, the way you pause, the way you act in the next 5 minutes. May your steadiness never be confused with indifference. May it be the ground from which your kindness moves. Now a story to tuck under your pillow, an old friend told in a quiet way. A traveler carried a small bowl everywhere. Some days the bowl held blackberries. Some days it held rain. Some days nothing. The traveler kept walking. When people asked what he sought, he said, "A place to set the bowl where I can still use my hands." He learned, slowly, that he could set it down nearly anywhere for a few breaths and that the world would not steal it. He learned that when his hands opened, he could tie a shoe for a child, repair a small tear, write a line, hold someone's shaking palm, or simply rest his palms on his own ribs and feel the rise and fall that meant alive. He kept the bowl. He stopped gripping it. The bowl did not mind. Bowls prefer being used to being clutched. You have a bowl. You have learned where to set it and how to pick it up again. This is no small wisdom. Bring back the image of the harbor one last time. The water is darker now, the kind of dark that carries stars. The lighthouse does not glare. It keeps its steady circle. Boats settle. Lines creak softly. You are both water and shore, able to move, able to hold. You have practiced being the person the boats can return to, even when the boat is your own thought coming home from rough water. You are good company for yourself. This may be the most radical change of all. If you are awake, stay a little with the field and sky. You are the field, and these sentences are a weather system moving through. Soon they will pass and the quiet will be yours again. If sleep is tugging, you can loosen your grip and let it lift you the way water lifts a body that stops fighting. Either way, you are not behind. You have arrived somewhere that does not depend on circumstances saying yes. It depends on your breath, your tone, your willingness to begin again without a whip. A simple ritual for the morning waits at the edge of your bed. When you wake, you will touch the floor and let a slow breath arrive. You will say one line you believe. I can move at the speed of my breath. Or one thing at a time. Or listen first. You will give the day a small shape that favors kindness. If you forget, something we have built together will nudge you. The stone in your pocket, the note on your screen, the feeling in your shoulders that recognizes a door. You will remember, and remembering will be enough. Offer a blessing to the versions of you who walked you here, the one who pushed, the one who hid, the one who criticized, the one who kept watch at the window long past midnight. Thank you for your effort. We have new tools now. You can rest more often. Offer a blessing to the version of you who is older and gentler, the one you borrowed a voice from some nights. Keep speaking to me. I am listening. Offer a blessing to the people you will meet tomorrow, known and unknown. May our breath slow together when we need it. May our words become bridges. If there is anything the mind still insists on holding, we will place it carefully now. Picture the wooden table beside you. Set the last thought down. Place your palm on the tabletop as if to say, stay. Turn the sign on the shop to closed. Touch your chest and whisper, safe enough now. Touch your belly and whisper, down. Let the words fade and leave their temperature behind. The candle on the inner sill is small and sufficient. The bowl of unknowns near your bed can hold the rest. The cord of practice lies where your hand can find it in the morning. The harbor light circles whether you watch it or not. The field remains wide. The door of your day is closed kindly. You are allowed to rest. One last breath in through the nose. A long, sweet breath out through pursed lips. If you wish, add a hum at the end, barely audible, a sign to old pathways that song is possible here. Let your face settle. Let your limbs be heavy enough to trust the surface. Let your attention widen just enough to hear the nearest sound and the farthest sound and the silence between. In that silence, place this soft promise. I will meet my life with kindness and clear seeing, and when I forget, I will begin again. Sleep if it comes. Rest if it does not. Either way, you have built a way of being that will hold you when the mind runs and carry you when the heart aches and guide you when choices crowd. You have practiced a human art. The art of being here with enough love to share. Good night, dear friend. May the night stitch what the day unraveled. May you wake with a tender strength. May you feel the lightness of a life worn gently. May you remember the harbor, the bowl, the lamp, the cord in your hand. May you walk tomorrow at the speed of your breath.